Started in just a moment, but we are live on Candlepin Bowling Network on Facebook and YouTube. Bowlers are still completing their warm-ups, and we're ironing out some technical things here, although this time it looks as though all the names are on screen right here, and we should expect a relatively on-time start for the 34th edition of this 20-string tradition. I also wanted to make sure that I got online and that you all had the chance to file in as well to our live stream, because today we are doing 20 strings of bowling as we do every day here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. And the way our broadcast will be formatted today is we'll catch the bowlers as they cycle by our featured lane, lane 22. You see Steve Reno Sr. here. His son Steve Jr. will also be here, as well as previous champion Jonathan Boudreau. Albert, thanks so much for your comment. Good to see the YouTube comments are working just fine. I'd appreciate a few Facebook comments just so I know that everything's working just fine. Hit the pause button on my recording. So a bit of filibustering on my part as we are in practice mode. I knew I shouldn't have hit the button too soon, but gives me the chance to get you all filed in and to tell you a little bit about the history of this tournament. Of course, as many of you know, it started in 1989. Gary Carrington winning the first edition of it. And it was an idea by Ray Simino. It's Ray's Easter Classic, the late owner here at Leda Lanes, Nashua. Great way to generate some great bowling fun on an otherwise sleepy day for the lanes. Thanks so much for the comments here. For some reason your names aren't showing up. That's interesting. And that's not a Facebook thing. That's a me thing. I'll figure that out. But thank you so much for your comments. I'm glad they're working. I can know they're coming and tend to them. Hopefully everything also looks good with audio and video as well. So we have a look at Jonathan Boudreau here. Boudreau won the tournament in 2016 with a score of 2,631. Current defending champion is Chris Merrill, 2021 and 2022. Last year's winning score, 2,493. So,
okay, it's past 11. If you want to finish up your practice, we'll power them down and start up.
You might have heard the announcement there. We are getting started in just a moment's time, so not too many moments too soon. Looks to me like everything is working just fine in terms of rendering in frames. And as soon as the monitors click off of practice mode, we are going to get underway. You see the first bowler there, Steve Reno Sr.
Okay, 3 passed, and we've got a full 93 bowlers. Good.
The voice of Sean Howard, I'm fairly sure.
Have a full house. Ray started this 35 years ago. Said we'd never fill it. Well, still have it. Yeah, next year. Okay, next year, I want to see us fill it. All right, 93 is a good number, though. It's amazing. Amazing. Happy Easter, everyone. And, everybody knows the format. We're going to be bowling 5 boxes at a time, one whole game on one lane, moving one lane to the right. So your 18's going over to 19, 31, you're coming over to 1. We'll bowl our 10 games, and we'll stop for lunch. We'll make sure that the bowlers eat first, please, and spectators and family members. Please wait until they have all eaten, and then you're welcome to have something afterwards. Once again, we have the triple and 4 strike up here. If you have not put into that, you want to do that before you throw a ball, because we can't have you in there until afterwards. Okay, so put in there. If the triple doesn't get hit, we'll just add it in the prize fund. The 4 strike, we're going to keep going. We're going to carry it over year after year, so we can build that up. But I have a feeling today we're going at least 29. So let's break a record. What's our record? 28? 28-11.
28-12 by Jeff Atkins is the high strike angle.
We have a few bowlers that are not bowling This year,
High
they're
20.
bowled, just about every year, so sad to see them not here. We have one from Chicago, Steve Miller. He passed away. He used to come all the way from Chicago and wasn't the best candlepin bowler, but he went 20 games. He did it. So, those of us that are here, good luck to you all. Let's switch over to scoring.
Hello and welcome to the Easter Classic 2023, live from Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. Where else? It's the 34th edition of this tournament. 20 strings throughout this Easter Sunday. Thrilled you could spend some of your day with us. We're going to catch the bowlers as they go by lane 22, and starting off is Steve Reno Sr. He starts off with the 5-7. I have a bevy of information in front of me with immense thanks to Dave Barber, Bob Lee, John Zappi, and Dottie Lawrook for providing all this information. And with it, I hope to be able to enhance this broadcast so that you can get a sense of how these bowlers have done over time. Looks like we got a deadwood situation, so already an opportunity to do this. This is Steve Reno's 20.
Sorry for those of you who are not familiar. We have it on.
All right, that's a lot of them.
So you reset on the score table.
Oops.
Reset on the score table will confirm the box.
Not sure why the frames are dipping all of a sudden. There we go.
Good luck, buddy.
Dave picks that spare up. That's right, 21st Easter Classic for Steve Reno. Now my computer's working just fine. In the first three, 2nd, 4th, and 6th place. Also made a high single in 2005. High single out of the money, dropping 9 on this. Steve picks it up, all right, on form here. Steve, of course, a fixture of Channel 5 and many other bowling shows, including Western New England's Let's Go Bowling as well. His high 20 games is 2,710, and that was only good for 4th place back in 1990. 6 fill, 35 through 2. That year in 1990, Craig Holbrook had the first of his 3 championships with a winning score of 2,737. So that's about a 136 average if my mathematics hasn't failed me. So you're trying to cut it over, and he does. 2, 4, 6, 10, evens it up for his 3rd consecutive mark. Oh, baby, I hope not, some of you weren't filing in late. We're witnessing some great bowling off the jump. Got his son Steve Jr. to come. And, of course, stuck in the middle is a former Easter Classic champion, Jonathan Boudreau. Now then, 5 on this drop, so 50 through 3, already 20 above pace. If we said par was 10 a box, already 20 above and on pace to be able to pin out 120. Now for the first time, he'll need a 3rd ball. So I suppose it gives me the chance to introduce the basics of Candlepin rules on the off chance this is your first time watching the game. 3 balls, you still get strikes and spares, but the 3rd ball is going to be very important today because it allows you to get a 10 like that. And those pins, every single pin you get, basically is equivalent to getting 3.5 marks down the road. So in this 20-string marathon format, that's going to be everything. The other difference, you've seen it already. Any pins on the plate stay on the plate, and as long as you don't throw a gutter ball, it's live wood. Did you see John Kafalis Irby throw that spare on 24? That was an impressive 3-2. Back to 22, Reno now working on 4 horsemen, 9 and 10. That's the 1, 2, 4, 7 diagonally, 9 and 10. But nothing doing. Kept a wide shot here so you can see all the many lanes in action. 93 bowlers today, the largest Easter Classic field in history. The record was something like 78 previously. Nice 9 for Reno. Like I mentioned, those pins mean everything, and he's got himself a 69.5. Now to Jonathan Boudreau. This is Jonathan Boudreau's 11th Easter Classic, and boy has he got a track record. Only one time did he not finish top 10. The rest of the time, he's been first once, second once, and third 2 times. Last year in 2022, he came in 7th place. Total winnings just a shy under $10,000. I have not yet heard the announcement of what the first place prize can be, but historically it has gone up to as much as $5,000. I will await confirmation on the exact payouts, but rest assured, as our defending champion Chris Merrill can tell you, first place is lucrative. And just as well, too, it's a hard day's work. Headpin hit Boudreau, 4-7 left. Or 7, there's the spare, and Boudreau is on the board. Strikes are rare in this game. It's a game of spares. And folks, one simple request, if you like what you're watching and would like the notion of other people watching, hey, we've got a record crowd in here, we'd love to have a record crowd out there. Please like the video by hitting the thumbs up button on whatever platform you may be watching on, so that more people know that the Easter Classic is on, and it is flourishing. So is Jonathan Boudreau, for that matter. That's a 9-drop, 6-pin, and a chance to chain another one on. Boudreau's highest 20 games was 2,631 in 2016 when he won. That payout was $3,500. He missed the 6-pin there. Don't want those singles to get away, of course. He knows that. But getting that 10 is important as well. 38 through 3. Looks as though everything visually is going well. Hopefully my voice isn't too shrill or anything like that. If there are any technical issues, please do let me know. Yeah, the dreaded spread eagle this time. Perfectly hit on the head pin, but just a bit too full. And now an important puzzle to work out of, because you don't want to get a $7 in this format. This shot on its own goes about 1% of the time. So tough to cut both those front pins across. Just cherry-picked the head pin there. So 2 times accurate, but the angles are unforgiving here at Leda Lanes at times. And that's because Leda Lanes has brand new ultra challenging pins as of last Easter. By one bowler's estimation, it takes about 5 years for a new set of pins to break in. It's tough to nudge them off the spot, but once they get rolling, boy, do they really get rolling. Thank you, Albert, for the feedback there. I see there was a bit of a network glitch there. Hopefully it doesn't continue too much. 4 horsemen for Boudreaux on the head pin, curled around the 4-pin. He gets the 10 now. Just going to make an adjustment here to see if this improves the situation. And now it's over to Steve Reno Jr. Starts off lively sidewalls here. Doesn't create the best of leaves, though, unfortunately, away from the head pin. 1, 2, 9, and 10.
Lemon drop.
Got a lemon drop already, Paul, and we got a $1 in the kitty already. Candlepins for Cancer. Paul will be coming by later today to help me chase the leaders as we get down into the later stages of the tournament. That tends to be an exciting part of the broadcast, and we look forward to having you for that as well. Folks, I made an adjustment to the video. Hopefully that'll help with the connectivity issues. There are more drastic measures I can take in a pinch to make sure you're getting as much of this Easter Classic action as you can. $8 to start for Steve. Steven, I suppose I'll say to differentiate. He goes by Steve as well. This is his 12th Easter Classic. His best finish was in 2021. 6th place, 24.53. Head pin hit here, 3 and 6. His father shouting encouragement from the sideline. And a spare there. So some high singles, let's go over that. The only person who has gone north of 200 in the history of this tournament is John Zernicke, 211 in the first edition of it, 1989. No one's done 200 since. Closest to it, Jeff Surratt, 199. Peter Libby got 198, and so did Mark Smith in 2021, Hollywood Smith. 7 drop, ooh, stymied by the wood there. Deflected the ball away, and the 9-pin stands it back for Steven. 197 for Mike Poulin, who's had steady success in this tournament in the past, and for Sean McKinley. 10 box 35 through 3. And rounding out the 190s, Steve Sr., Gary Carrington, both with 191. And then from 2003 to 2005, a 190 from each of Dave Dupuis, Craig Holbrook, and Dave Richards. Steven's got 1 spare, looking to build on that. 4 horsemen right side. There's wood behind the 3. It looks to form more of a guide than anything, as long as the ball doesn't get deflected away by the end cap. Yes, it goes. 2 spares and a glitch for some reason. Well, we can put that in there. Seven on that spare. The average spare fill is about 6.5 based on Bob Lee's statistics here at Candlepin Bowling Network. Average strike fill about 8.2. Had to make a ridiculous cut on that 2-pin in order to get that split to go. Wood out front in front of the 610 can be tricky, but he negotiates it very well. Every pin mattering down the stretch, and he's got a 62 half. Wayne, good to see you. Now back to the top of the order. Steve Sr. The highest all-time 20-game set was 2,812 by Jeff Atkins in 1997. As fellow commentator Richie Myrick puts it, that's a Cy Young level of brilliance that may not be matched for quite some time, if ever, maybe. I think he used the word never, if I recall correctly. We've seen Reno make a big split before, 5-7. Just shy of the pin. He goes for the safe pin on the left side. Good tactical play. I mentioned it earlier, but I have a debt of gratitude to Dave Barber for this incredible spreadsheet of statistics that's fueling this broadcast today. He provided me with the original spreadsheet, and it's a miracle I learned how to do pivot table so that I could update it myself. Now, Steve's got the 3 pins out on the left side. This 7-pin cluster is quite makeable, actually, so getting the 3 was a big deal. Can he find the head pin this time? Not to be. And unfortunately, sabered out the 3-5. Now a bit of a puzzle to work out. Oh, and that's well done. Got 4 out of 5. 9 is absolutely fine out of that. The most tournament wins is Jeff Surratt with a total of 5. Then Chris Sargent 4, Craig Holbrook and Gary Carrington 3 each. Steve's got the 2-5-8. Two-5 just shot the wood in front. The wood was a bit too horizontal, so unfortunately it didn't go. Chris Bovair, Sean Baker, Jeff Atkins, and Chris Merrill, all, with 2 championships each. Reno gets another 10. Nothing worse than a 9-box so far in the early going. And I mean the very early going, 97 through 8. So we're settling in for a 20-string marathon. Last time we got out about midnight. We might be able to get out at 11 o'clock today. Leda Lanes has done a very good job managing this record field. He's got those pins mixing. Once they roll, they really start going. But unfortunately, the 2-8, the half-Worcester pins, staring back. Got wood in between. I thought he drove that pin straight back, but again, back up to 9 and a 106 through 9. across all the many years Steve Sr. has done this tournament, his average is 2,331. Of course, that represents a long span of time. Got this 4-2 lead to make. No, chip through the 3-9. This will be his toughest pinning challenge yet. He got out of 1 very well, turned 5 into 9. Now in the last box of string number 1, finds the head pin, and that's all he gets. Still, lost only a pin a box. That's a sign of good pinning, and 113 total. Jonathan Boudreau next. For reference, a 124 average was what Chris Merrill had to win the tournament last. Boudreau's got the 5-pin. I should give a belated shout out to Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts, where Steve Sr. is employed. Fantastic gentleman, and made a fantastic wooden sign for Ryan's. He's got great craftsmanship with that. Also created the Candle Pins for Cancer logo as well. That smiling bowling ball with the crown. Boudreau takes out 3 pins, the 3, 5, and 9. Happy Easter, Alan. It's good to hear from you. Ooh, that's a big head pin hit. The wood's going to roll. I said pins can roll for a while. Well, the other problem is nudging these brand new pins off their spot. The 7 stays put. Got the 10. I'd say just stayed on the lane, but it wasn't particularly close. Boudreau, a very accurate bowler overall, and that's his 3rd consecutive 10, 4 in the string. If you simply Google Jonathan Boudreau's name, you'll see he's been on a number of Candlepin shows, usually in the YouTube public access TV era. A young gun and an educator, school teacher. Boudreau also has a claim to fame. He has a YouTube video where Boston Rob from Canton, who was on Survivor, bowled with Jonathan Boudreau at South Boston Bowl, where Jonathan works as well. $7.82. I know we don't feature South Boston Bowl a lot on this channel, but that's a fantastic old-timey house with a great atmosphere. I know Boston parking can be tough, but it is so worth the effort. Or maybe if the MBTA works one day, maybe it'll be a little easier to get there. We need a T. 138. Just the 3-pin blown away. Also visible on screen is Lou Gacharna and Duncan McDougall on lanes 23 and 24. Eric Pelletier to Boudreau's left. Pelletier and Boudreau, both teammates on Lucky Strike lanes. The world's team. Boudreau, big hit strike. the first one we've seen. So his second mark after losing a pin a box. Again, good pinning. They'd love to get up to that 120 average. That would be a big kickstart. But of course, long day yet. And stamina is everything. Boudreaux close, doesn't get the double. Not unlike the last time we saw him at Friday Night Pro League with Woburn Bolodrome. That was an exciting match they had against Union Street Lanes. And the fill is 9. Good follow-up to the strike, 110. So we're looking for some 120s to really get up there on championship pace. 125 ideally. But of course, that's an average, and this is a marathon and not a sprint. With that, Steve Reno Jr. steps back up. Farmer's 6th place in this tournament. He's got the ability to be explosive. In the past has been in the Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour. He made a deep run. He's got a spread eagle, unfortunately. It's so tough to get the 10 out of that. Part of it is that if you have any chance of making this shot, which is the most profitable play, gets the 8. But it requires a thin slice on it, so it's very easy to miss the object pin as you go to do that. And this is interesting. Steven has gone back to make a bowling shoe change. Now he'll test his slide there. Yep, that is his shoe. Sure enough, I see his other Dexter shoe just lying on the top of the bag. And it seems to have made a pretty big difference already. Mind you, he has that 1 mark. Wood can be a little deceptive. The worst thing that could happen is perhaps a ball hits the cap and deflects it away. He's got it. Fantastic follow through with that right arm. It just exudes a confidence that that pin's going to go down. The hottest start we've ever had in this tournament was that Sean McKinley 197 I mentioned in year 2000. I have a wealth of information, and if anyone has any curiosity about particular bowler scores, I'd love to hear your questions about that. Either way, thank you so much for your support just by watching. Sit back and enjoy. We've got a lot of bowling ahead, and we know you've probably got a lot of Easter Sunday plans, so thank you so much for spending some of your day with us. This is going to be a tricky one. Steve's got to slice it this way, and that made the 179. That was impressive. So the chance now to pin out for 10. And he does. Wood out in front, spun it in, no problem. So another string headed for the 110s, but 2 boxes left to get onto that magical mid-120 space off the jump. Either way, he'll be close. Can't crown a winner in the first string. Spread eagle. He'll have to work through this. After this, all bowlers will rotate 1 lane up numerically. So you see Dave Barber to your left. He'll be featured in just a moment. Along with Joey Lister and Eric Pelletier. That's a nice sweep shot. Darn near got 10 out of that. And much as I say these pins are tricky and difficult, Steven is negotiating them very well, and he's losing even less than a pin per box. Head pin. He wants that wood to get out of the way. He doesn't really need the help. Not that sort of help, anyway. Oh, made the 5-9-10. puzzling how that leave happened. He throws a pretty straightish ball, I suppose, but left the kingpin as if he crossed over. Still a 9-box and 114, and that is that. So, folks, what we'll do here is we'll pause the audio for a second. You'll find that commentating a bunch of strings is exhausting in and of itself, but we will cut the audio for the time being, and once it is time for string number 2, we will be right back with the rest of that action, and that'll be in just a moment. Audio timeout. Hey, folks, we'll start string 2 in just a moment, but alongside me, our executive producer, Bob Lee, with a few updates.
Hey, well, I just walked around. These are unofficial. We haven't tallied everything, but I saw Travis Wallace from Canada had a 138. Dave Godwin bowling in his group 137. We had 3 in the 130s over on my side of the lanes over here to the right. John Blaze, 132. Oh, no. Yeah, 132, a 131, and a 130 out of C-. And Paul Markey, who finished in the money last year. One of the guys that...
he dished the 159 on our stream.
That's right.
That was a lot of fun to watch. So did John Winchell. That was the highest we saw.
Yeah, I saw a lot of other good people, you know. Who had Baker? Sean Baker with a 131. Started with a nice spread eagle on our lanes in the first ball by John Blaze.
Seen a lot of that.
Beautiful, and then he followed that right up with a after pinning out, got a strike. You know, and what was the difference in those balls? Nothing. He said just patience. It's all about patience. You're bowling 20 strings. Don't try to make it up. You have a bad half. Don't try to make it up. You got time. You got to just be patient.
Exactly.
It's a lot of fun. And this right here is where the greatest place in the world to be for a candlepin bowler.
And Bob Lee's in the thick of it bowling as well. Thank you, Bob. String 2 just about to get underway on our featured lane. Just awaiting the scoreboard to click on so I can see the order here, but Joey Lister is up on the lane. Essentially, the status right now is the monitors are all dark. Once they light up, we'll be able to begin the second string. Folks, again, you are watching live on Candlepin Bowling Network on Facebook and on YouTube today. Again, if you like what you're if you like what you're watching, please click the thumbs up button on whatever platform you're watching on. And remember, follow and subscribe on Facebook and YouTube respectively, so that you're always in the know about all our great bowling content. Either way, we appreciate every single one of you watching. Great turnout on our stream as well, just by watching. Not sure you'd all fit at Leda Lane, so glad we can bring this to you nonetheless. Maybe save you a car ride. Goodness knows you've probably taken it somewhere else on this fine Easter Sunday. We are underway. Here's the scoreboard on your screen, hopefully. Joey Lister wearing his team uniform from the World's Championship that took place at Academy Lanes. Great coverage that was on both here at Candlepin Bowling Network in the early rounds and then on Alley Chat, where I had the pleasure to call the match along Corey Alisi. That is great viewing. Alley Chat, also a YouTube channel, of course, as many of you know. Now, Lister got off to a very good start. In fact, actually, he finished as well, very high up. Let me just pull up how good it was exactly. But he was a force to be reckoned with in the tournament as well. And as soon as I pull it up in my convoluted card catalog, there we go. Now it finally came up for me. Not sure what took so long. Joey Lister finished 8th place last year with 2,277. He picks that spare up. You know what? I read the wrong score. Here's an 8th place score, 2,426. Now that's more like it. So capable of that 120 average. Gets just those few pins more. Lister could be a contender. That's a garbage Rocky impersonation, but you get the point. Spare fill. Just chisels into the left side, took out the left side 4. I have a question. So he took out the 2, 4, 7, 8. Do you have a name for this sort of leave where you just take out the left 3 columns and leave the right 4 columns, or vice versa? Curious your thoughts. Let's just gonna try and make this. You gotta get the back pins and the sideways pins as well. $5.10 remain. Not a soul can afford to throw this third ball away, and Lister makes perfect use of it. 9s and 10s. It's got to be 9s and 10s to have a chance here. The margin has been 1 pin before. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly sure it was Craig Holbrook's 1990 victory where he won against Joe Ashline by a single pin. That was the 2nd edition of this tournament, and it produced a thrilling outcome. Three, 5, 6, 7, 10. You see standard lane courtesy here, yielding right of way to his right. It's not called left of way. Just in case you happen to be at the same 4-way stop as I am. And there's a 9. 52 half. So the 1 mark, a 4 fill, but good pinning. As you heard Bob Lee say earlier, no need to rush to make it up. There is so much time. Make it work. Eric Pelletier now. Has that decided bend in his delivery. Down 1 to get. Good second ball. Where are we? And he gets the 10, catching me looking down, trying to go through the card catalog. Here we are. It's not a literal card catalog. Eric Pelletier has been in, count them, 17 past tournaments. Best finish, 6th place in 2005 with a 2,558. Now here's a bad beat. 2006, the next year, he bowled 2,600, which again would have won the Easter Classic on many other years. 2,600, but that slipped him to 9th place. ...2006 was the year Gary Carrington won it with 2,690. 27 years removed from the last one. Now that's an 8 box, but you see him depress that plunger there because he dropped into the channel. And again, Gary Carrington at 2,789, almost a 140 average for the 20 strings. And then 2006, 2,690, almost a 135 average. So maybe 5 pins less on the average, but Pelletier missed the object pin, 3 and 1 split working. We'll want to get at least 3 of these. There was a question earlier, I remember someone on YouTube asked, where are the scores? Anthony Karen responds absolutely correctly that LedaLanes.com, remember Leda is spelled L-E-D-A, D as in dog A, lanes.com. I do believe that under tournaments, there should be a listing for Easter Classic 2023, and there are placeholders on the webpage. So amid juggling this 93 bowler field, if Leda staff, the Howards, have a chance to update it, I'm sure they will. Pelletier has just taken out the 1-2-4 against this. Strange light hit, but if you treat the right side as a mini rack, should go. He's trying to utilize the wood somehow. It doesn't quite work out. Nine it is. Alternatively, I will also do my best to get up between strings. That's why we take the audio timeouts. It gives me a chance to look around and survey the scene. Maybe get more Bob Lee updates if we have a chance. But they post the scores in-house, obviously. And as soon as they have a chance to get up and get that DOS computer printout from the Pro Score, I will be happy to do so. Pelletier wants that 5-pin to tip. Yes, it does. So a 10-pin is all he's got for a chance at his first mark. Mango Lover asks a very good question. What's the ring? Is it? It's string 2. Here you go. 10 bucks. I knew I was forgetting something. 45 half for Pelletier. Rack of Ribs, huh, Albert? That's an interesting name for the leave. I was asking about that 6-pin leave earlier. I suppose it's stacked up like that. I'm trying to envision it. Here's Dave Barber, the anchor. As it works out, bowlers pick who they want their lane mates to be. First come, first serve on that and lane choice. Some bowlers got here really early to make some tactical choices. Of course, all the lanes here at Leda are in excellent condition, but there are definitely some preferences. Some don't want to be near the edge. Some don't want to be on TV, let's be honest. So I planted myself down, and it's up to everyone. Now Dave Barber, another Lucky Strike teammate in the Worlds.
I'm here. I got a few games. I'm only doing one every 10, so I can pace myself today.
2:10 remains for the third ball.
No, I did it every
I'm trying to see if I can pull up the latest Friday Night Pro League standings, because Dave Barber is working a very good average. Shots like that for 10, you can see why. Every pin makes your average. One of the most fundamental tenets of the game is make the third ball count. If you don't have a working third ball, then it's just not going to work out. I would know. My third ball's mediocre. In fact, Dave Barber has the #1 road average, as they call it, in the Friday Night Pro League. Gets that little extra on the ball to get that extra pin like that for the strike. 123.52 from Dave Barber. And that's a road lanes, like a cross sampling of all the lanes effectively, since it's a traveling Friday night league. The other top seeds, a lot of forces of nature on the lanes. Jonathan Boudreau, Danny Harris, Chris Harris, and Jeff Surratt. 6 through 10, why not? Josh Daly, Tim Douglas, Justin Waters, Jimbo Ayotte, your Bowler of the Year and Pro Series champion, and Steve Reno Jr., who we just saw with a 120. Craig Holbrook is the other 120 as well. Craig Holbrook has bowled the most number of times this tournament, but I confess I'm not sure if he's in this field. As soon as I have an update on that, I will let you know. Good. Well, it was a good hit for Barber. He's guaranteed a good count. Unfortunately, that looks to me like the 4-6 staring back at him. Hi to those of you in Sydney, Nova Scotia, Worcester, Mass, and Dalhousie, New Brunswick. Oh boy, I hope I haven't bastardized the Canadian there. Good pinning. 9 fill, 10 box. Should have updated that strike fill as I went. Catherine, a good question to list to the bowlers. The best I can do is to recommend you go onto LedaLanes.com. LEDA-lanes.com. I'm sorry if you knew that already, you likely did. And check out the scores there. As soon as they put them up from string, the first string, which I'm not sure when that will be. There's sometimes been a lag amid everything. But that will have a list of everyone in there. And although I will do my very best to keep you apprised of everyone's progress, certainly the top bowler's progress, there may be some delay on my end as well. Barber got the pins in the back. The wood was wired, and the ball stayed on the lane just a little bit. Head pin is there. And a 10. Hello out there in Cape Breton as well. One, 7, 8, and 10. I see a question on Facebook. I may as well address it here. Of what about the back of the house? After all, Leda Lanes has 31 lanes in use today for this tournament. First of all, let's see, 1, 7, 8, 10 for Barber. Again, doing well to get the pins in the back. He's had 3 10s, and he has a chance to get another if he can get the head pin this time. Unfortunately, we do not have a back, or front of house, I should say, stream for the lower numbered lanes. I don't know if any bowlers are personally streaming them. I'm sorry if they're not. But what we will do later on in the broadcast is when it gets down to the nitty gritty, we will be chasing some bowlers around and we'll have a mobile camera at that point. And doubtless at that time, you'll definitely get to see a lot of the bowlers at that time. So, with regret, I wish we had camera eyes in the back of our head as well. Maybe some other time. This is Joey Lister again, 4 horsemen in the 9-pin. Amid everything, I am remiss in mentioning Dave Barber's contributions again on the spreadsheet, let alone using it to mention his record. I have to do that when he comes back up. Lister's got a pinning puzzle here. He's got that 1 mark, spare 4, and nothing worse than 9. Wants pins here, and a good out. Not the 3 pins he expected, but 2, 4, 9 goes. And again, losing less than a pin per frame. Head pin spread eagle. Actually, the 8 pin's back there as well. Lister's mixing pins here. Don't give up on it yet. Okay, the 2 pin's not going to nudge. Brand new pin staying on the spot. Doesn't wiggle over easily. 2-7, that's not bad at all. Still 9. Still nothing lower than 9. Good hit, Lister. 4-7 curled it into the pocket. Unfortunately, the opportunity goes by the wayside. Third 10 box, though. So Lister, through good pinning, is still on triple digits pace. Will definitely want another mark. Good to see you, Justin. As soon as I have a chance, I will get some score updates, probably after this string. 1-7-8-10 for Lister. Hello, Wayne out in Michigan. Thanks always for your support. Spare, good pickup. Mark number 2 for Lister. For the man who finished top 10 last year. Head pin strike on spare. What a finish. He'll fill in the 10th. So a few seconds ago, I was saying, oh, Lister is doing very well to just hang on to the 100 string. Now he's on a strike, and suddenly in the 9th and 10th, the chance to start approaching 120. He got the head pin again. Still has to work this out. 1 ball to go, and a question of strategy as well. And it is strategy in this long form, not just tactics. Do you go left or right? He's going left for the pins, sends it off the wall, and got the 3 he was asking for in any event. 119. Eric Pelletier now. Got the 1-9. The highest second string we've ever had was Jeff Surrett's 199. The second highest single we've ever had. Sadly for Surratt, a few strings later, he chased it up with an 82, as he'll freely admit. Jeff Surratt, of course, the most successful bowler in the history of the Easter Classic. 5 times first place, and if I'm not mistaken, twice in second place. 7 top 3 finishes. The only bowler with more top 3 finishes is Gary Carrington with 8.
Tater cakes. You've heard of tater cakes. Come on.
Are you okay?
Palantir's scoreboard is showing 53. I suppose it was an 8 box. I'll correct that. 5-7 remaining. Looking to find the range. Ooh. Score that 8. Most recent champions, Chris Merrill, 2022 and 2001. 2021, I hope I said. Kevin Davis, 2019, with a score of 2,545. No tournament in 2020. I don't have to explain why. And 2018, Chris Bovair, 2,571. I'll get to Brian Fuller Jr. and the rest throughout this broadcast. So Palantir fighting for pins. He's got the 9. Of course, you saw him on the world's final Bowling with Lucky Strike in their runner-up campaign against Team Academy Lanes. Dave Barber was also on that team. Lucky Strike was stacked, but although they were runners-up to the team led by Mike Machichi, but it was so stacked a team that Jonathan Boudreau was on the bench for that final. Incredible. 2-4-7. A 9 here. So unfortunately, Pelletier is probable to make double digits for this one, but still a long way to go. And 90-somethings have won this tournament before, so it behooves him to get this mark and give himself a chance. There is treacherous wood out in front, and he negotiates it well. The wisdom paying off, and he has the chance to crack it to the higher 90s now. Here's the spare fill. Pelletier finishes on the head pin and with a standard fill of 7 for a 96. So a good finish, and that's the last impression he'll finish up on for the world's finalist. Now over to Dave Barber, and I promised you some statistics on his doing from Dave Barber's own amazing XL handiwork. Dave Barber has been in 18 previous Easter Classics. This is his 19th. Headpin start. Pray tell, was that the 3 or the 9? I can't tell. It looks like the 9 because that wood is way out in front. Barber's best finish was 3rd back in 2005. Oh, deflected away. Yeah, I mentioned the perils of wood way out in front. So score that 9 in the end. Third in 2005 with 2,625, north of a 130 average. Fourth in 2010, ninth in 2015, third in 2016, sixth in 2017, fourth in 2019, and sixth in 2022. Prize winnings north of $5,000 in total. 1378. So prize money is as of yet unknown to me personally. And an 8. But top places will be paid. Last year, I believe it was the top, oh, pray tell, was it 8? Oops. Let's scroll down that far, I'll never know. The top 12 places actually were cashed in there. Barbara's got a 3-6 to work against. Chance for a mark. Nope, sails away from the object pin, won't do. So last year, top 12 places were paid. There will also be $50 given away to 4 or 5 high singles out of the money, depending on the decision this year. And that will, again, that's high single out of the money. Crowd got a rise out of seeing that Boudreaux strike on 23. Barber's 9th box. Four pin not to be. Accurate twice, but nothing doing.
Come on! Get it!
I looked up Jim Barber just to see, but I have no record of him ever bowling this tournament. Dave, of course, plenty of experience, as I just mentioned. Oh, I'm missing a hello. Ooh. Ed Sargent from Boutwell's Bowling Center, former Dan Murphy-owned bowling center. Great to see you, Ed. Mike, fantastic to see you in the chat as well. Three-pin chopped away. All right. Challenge coming up for Barber.
Come on, get it. Oh, shit. No 50-50.
Plays the wood. Unfortunately, it spins out on him, but he does make triple digits 101. See the scores for this string here, but we'll see the bowlers. They'll be wanting some higher scores, and we might see them on the adjoining lanes. Lister's 119, very solid, of course. I'll take an audio timeout here, so we'll cut the audio, but let you enjoy the rest of the bowling here. And I will be right back with any updates I can obtain as soon as I get a chance. Sorry for that video hiccup there. I had a little technical snag, literally. Bob, you got some updates for us.
Well, we got Josh. You just saw over here Josh Daly with a 138 to your left. And I believe you might have seen Jeff Surratt just posted a 137. But over on the far side, we got, and John
Cathalis.
Cathalis, 135 over here. Jerry Dunn and Evan Riva both just put up 141s on the far side. Chad Reed, a name we don't see down here in the United States, for having 135. Surratt's 137 you see there, right? And we still have the third bowlers out there, so those aren't final through the second round. But those 141s are now the highs that I've seen on our. And then a bunch of us are throwing 109s and 118s, but that's okay.
Well, just finishing this tournament is an accomplishment. No one DNF'd last year, so
That's right.
no pressure or anything. Evan Riva having a high single is notable, of course.
Yeah,
he was runner-up last year.
I guess right now he's tied with Jerry Dunn at 141, and the anchor, or the third bowlers anyway, in most sets are coming in. Mark Smith, Hollywood, just made the turn. He's on 19 to your far left, but he's not going to be breaking that. Anyway, how you doing, Greg? What are you seeing over here?
Doing fantastic. Featured lane hasn't had a lot of hot starts here, although Joey Lisher's 119, nothing to sneeze at. Have you seen the total scores posted? I've got a lot of questions from viewers about total scores.
Yeah, if that's where you're about to run. That's probably what you had to do. And I'd probably have to get back and pretend I'm going to see if I can get my goal. I'm hitting a 110.
Good luck to you, Bob.
All right.
Bob Lee, executive producer here at Candlepin Bowling Network. So they will, as soon as they get a chance, again, Leda Lane's swamped with a 93 bowler field. But as soon as they get a chance, they'll post scores, and we'll have any updates we can as well. You may also be able to go on to LedaLanes.com, Leda, for the great Leda Simino. LedaLanes.com, and I believe it's under leagues. Is it under leagues and tournaments? Pray tell? No, hang on. Yeah, leagues and tournaments, Easter 2023. I believe they will post score printouts under those placeholders for strings 1 through 20. We'll see how we get on here. Either way, fantastic job here to the folks here in Nashua. We'll take that audio break again, and we'll be right back. The move has been announced. We'll get started in string 3 in just a moment. Bob Lee has some more updates
Yeah,
for
it looks
us.
like, so after I'd gotten those initial updates, Richie Myrick, of course, it looks like he took the first string along with, he had a 138 in that first string that was coming in late before I gave you that update. He looks like he's up there with Corey Smith tied for first place.
Corey, huh? Nice.
After the first. We just heard Nick Freshie Zavalato, who was in 89th place coming out of the first with an 80-something score. Just threw a 142, so he's back where you might be more familiar with him. Well, his 142 appears to be the high score for round 2. I see we have Chris Merrill making the turn. I haven't gotten an update on him. Actually, there he is. He was in 6th place after the first. He threw a 135 in the first. And maybe I'll go find out how he did in the second.
Sean Booley on lane 22. String number 3 of 20 here at Leda Lanes in Nashua. 4 to begin, I'm afraid. And if my records do not deceive me, it is Sean's debut here in the Easter Classic. We've had Joe Booley before, but not yet Sean. I'll see what information I can dig up. That's a nice out there. Actually, it's a spare, excuse me. Great bounce back. Got caught with my head in my records here. Matt Harnett and Jeff Surratt to follow.
Yeah, looks like Merrill's at 237 after 2. He had a 135 and a 102. Anyway, it's too early to say much, but it's fun.
Well, we can all speculate. Nice 6 drop for Booley here. Remember, it took Merrill almost a 125 average to win it last year. Blew with that sweeping delivery. Send the pins. Didn't quite make it work. And it is. The highest tournament averages we have ever seen across a minimum of 5 tournaments. Chris Hollett out of Canada, the only Canadian champion of this event, averaged 128.3 across 5 tournaments. Ergo 100 strings in a way. Tom Olsta across 16 tournaments, 127.7. Jeff Surratt, 127.1. Mike Poulin, just a shade under 127. And Peter Flynn, also shy of 127. Good try for Booley there against the 367. Most tournaments bowled 30 by Craig Holbrook. Score that 9. Sean's found the headband. I should introduce myself. I realize I haven't done it until now. My name is Greg Gouillart, and I'm here with Candlepin Bowling Network. Bob Lee is bowling and dropping by with updates as best as he can, and I'll be joined by Paul Grant as soon as he finishes his Easter Sunday plans. Hope he's having a wonderful day with his family today.
That's my average now, actually.
Crossover hit. Booley got a big hit, and it's 5. Just the 5 pin remaining, I mean to say.
Nice bucket.
And a spare, his second. talk to you for a sec?
Yep.
Can I use this here actually?
Hold my button. Hold my ticket.
Don't tell me what a good time.
All right. There we go. Well, folks, in my infinite wisdom, that easy to hit off switch was hit. Can you believe that? Matt Harnett just got a big spare, so I'll start from the beginning. First of all, I talked to Sean Booley. He bowls out of here at Leda Lanes on Thursdays. This is his second Easter Classic. Harnett's on a spare right now, 3-6-10. And a 7 drop on the spare. So with apologies if you've heard this already, Harnett in 2019 was runner-up, and in 2022, in 12th place. That second place score was 2,533, the year Kevin Davis won. A 10 again. Fantastic, Albert. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. 44, including that 7 fill. He's had an 8, 9, spare 7, and 10. My knowledge of Worlds was funny, but isn't he a former singles champion? I beg your pardon. embarrassingly, it's the one tournament I have the least amount of information on, personally. That split comes across. That's a great shot. 3, 4, and 6. Got the 3-6 off the wall, and Harnett has a chance for a 60 half. All right. Now on to the winningest bowler in the history of this tournament, Jeff Surratt. No pressure or anything. He starts with that backup ball. Interesting note, usually he wears a white belt most years in this tournament. Not this time, he's going black. He sure got a black belt in bowling after all. Wood spins out on him, didn't make the spare, unfortunately. Too bad after such a good head pin hit. But you see the dangers of Wood out in front. So with Surratt, I suppose I'll start with the beginning on this one. 2001, first tournament, 10th place. Then 33rd, 23rd, 12th, 21st. 2006, 6th. 2007, 4th. No cash in 2008. And then in 2009, 2nd, 1st, 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 4th, 1st. Spanning through 2015. Racking up $20,000 in prize money in that span alone. Then top 15 finishes in 2016 and 17. 5th, 8th, and 2nd as recently as 2021. And 18th last year, 2351. Had that check mark leave, but unfortunately chiseled out the 6 pin. Just realizing I also haven't got the scoreboard. There you see it. There you see the great halves working by Sean Booley and Matt Harnett. Jerry, man with unorthodox bowling style. Are there bowlers in Candlepin that can get the ball speed over 60 miles per hour? No, but definitely over 30.
Come on.
A straight, fast, but not rushed ball is often the best ball. Though there was a discussion in the bowling community recently about bowlers who haven't needed to bowl the ball as fast, and I think the top answer that probably comes to mind is Phil Clough, who you recently saw on our Candlepins for Cancer broadcast.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. Surratt takes the wood and uses the broadside of it, deflects the ball right and sends it into the left 2 pins, his first mark. So speed isn't everything, and Phil Clough has made quite a resume for himself with a slower delivery and many worn-out right bowling shoes. But at 80-plus years of age, as we've mentioned before, a legend, doubtless. 7 drop for Surratt. Surratt has got a very good first ball working. I believe he has not missed a single head pin just yet. If only I had that radar gun. No, he won't be happy with that 8. This is second 8. Plenty of time to go, though. Boy, are we spoiled with the bowlers that are coming by. We've got Cole Fry, Josh Daly, and Charlie Collins coming up as well. That's going to be a treat as well. So we're at the 2, 4, and 7. Just wide of the 2. 52. So a 9 for Surratt, 52 half. Great halves working by each of them, and now the Leda's own Sean Booley gets back up. No coincidence, there is a relation with Lexi Howard Booley. Also works here. And Sean Howard, of course, the proud owner of these lanes. 7 drop for Booley. He's got a 56 half. $7. It's been documented online just how much Sean Howard has invested into this place, even during difficult times, even during the 2008 recession. And boy, are we glad it's still here. 36 lanes here, plus more at Leda's Lighthouse. A fantastic mecca to Candlepin Bowling. And of course, the light fixtures still hang above lanes 33 and 34, originally put up there for Candlepin Stars and Strikes on Channel 50. Just wide on the head pin there. Third ball will be 9 or 10, and joining me alongside now is Kevin Burns. Kevin, first of all, you've been a great bowler, and you've been a long-time bowler in the field as well. How many years of the Easter Classic, by your count? I can check for you, but...
I want to say, Greg, that I did probably... This is probably my 10th one, but yeah, you might want to double check. Normally,
I can do that right now, but in the meantime, I also wanted to talk to you about an upcoming tournament that... there you are. So you have an upcoming edition of a tournament that's been dormant for a long time. Tell us more about the Spectacular.
Okay, Kevin's Bowling Spectacular was originally a family affair, but it's been on hiatus for so long. I'm at the point where I'm going to start inviting everybody. You don't have to be a pro. You don't have to be or anything like that. But it's open to anybody, and the more the merrier.
Fantastic. So it's Kevin's Bowling Spectacular on Facebook.
Correct.
And it's been a tournament. How far back does this tournament date back to?
I actually started a group of, some of my family members found out that I was bowling back in 2007, right when I graduated from college.
Booley just made a big count on that spare field. Sorry to cut you off there, but that's a 91 working through 8, and unfortunately it's at 10.
So a lot of people in my family found out that I was bowling, and they said, "Oh, we want to go bowling with you." And I said, "Okay." So during the school vacations, I'll take time out of my schedule and I come up, bowl with them. We'll do a handful of strings, and then one day I just said, you know what, I'm just going to turn this to a big family affair. I invited my dad's side, my mom's side. The best year I had was in 2013. I had over 90 people here. I had 91 bowlers and probably 8 spectators.
Fantastic. Booley just made in 2 balls the 7-10, so great pinning there. So do you have, of course, after many years, including COVID-19, of course, do you have a date set for the next edition of the tournament just yet?
Yes, I do. It's on August 13th.
August 13th.
It's a Sunday. I'm hoping to get the thing live streamed and all that, which, of course, you and I will talk about more out to the side. I don't want to spoil anything because I know we have viewers that watch Candlepins for Cancer and stuff like that.
Booley finishes with 111, another 10 box, had 3 spares and 4 10 boxes.
So, but like it's one of those, like, okay, we have a lot of people that like coming, and we did lose a lot of people. We do raise money for charity. I talked to our good friend Al Johnson about it, and Al's definitely interested in helping out. So.
Oh, Harnett got all that to go. Strike on spare, and the former runner-up with a 64 half and more working. All right, Kevin, let me just put all that up there. Fantastic showing from the Nova Scotia zone. So the information is all there on Facebook. Best way to sign up is probably for the bowlers watching out there on Facebook itself.
Your best bet is to get in first. Like, try like saying, I want to join. I'll approve you and stuff like that. You just gotta send me a private message on Facebook saying, yeah, I'm interested. We do require a $10 deposit this year. It used to be $5. Half of that goes towards the charity, and the other half helps pay for people who don't show up. So it's one of those.
Fantastic. Well, makes sense. Got to make this tournament work. Harnett, it's a good bid on that. That's going to upgrade the strike field to 9. 83 through 6. Any other information I think I'm leaving out? So we got the who, it's you, the what, the tournament, and we got the when, the where.
Right here.
Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's the only house I can really get into without an issue, so I do want to move it to Academy, but we all know how Academy is, Greg, with the Wi-Fi, so.
But they got a good Ethernet cable. Don't worry about that. They actually upgraded that modem recently, so honestly, fantastic work there. This is Harnett again with a powerful hit and leaving the 6-9.
Now, Greg, I do want to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I am sorry that I had to leave you in the booth all by yourself today. But you know what? You're doing one hell of a job.
No. The fact that you support this tournament, this is your 6th Easter Classic, I've just learned here. You're a fantastic supporter of the tournament. And
so far, my best year was in 2017. I bowled with the late Steve Miller that year.
Yeah.
I actually beat Steve Miller that year. Steve for a change. But now I'm bowling with our boss and executive producer at Candlepin Bowling Network.
Bob Lee, yeah, that's right. I guess the last thing is, because Steve Miller was also such a great supporter of the tournament, he grew up in Chicago, of course, and passed away very recently, and it's unfortunate. And I remember at one point he was concerned whether the Easter Classic would even survive past a point, because he felt like he was one of the few popping it up. Now here we are with a sold-out field. Matt Harnett with the 7-8. Tell me about Steve. I understand he was really quite a gentleman.
He was a great guy. I do miss him. I wouldn't be bowling with him this year, but he was always there. You could always talk to him. We just had that bond, and he loved the game. He actually tried introducing Candlepin to Chicago, and he bought 10 pins from here, brought them out to Chicago, so he practiced at his home house.
From Leda, did you mean?
Yeah, he bought pins.
Wow.
He bought used pins from Sean Howard and Lexi, brought them out to Chicago, where he used to bowl. They had pin boards. They didn't have the machines. So they would set him up, and he would explain how the game works. So I look at Steve as the ambassador. I look at Steve as a guy that was very well liked. He bowled in this. He didn't catch, but he still came and he still had fun.
And what a great smile. I wish I met the gentleman, but you could see how warm he was as a person, even having never met him myself. I think Ray Simino would also be very proud to see what his tournament's become today. Kevin, on that note, anything else you want to share at this point?
All I can say is next Sunday we have the Candlepins for Cancer.
Out of Sanford, Maine.
Ladder series out of Sanford. And that starts at, I think, 11 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. But we hope you tune into that. I will be there, but Paul Grant and Mike Warren are going to have the mic. Greg and I will be doing what we normally do.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kevin. Say hi to Terry Ann for me.
I will.
Matt Harnett finishes with a lovely 121, spare 7, and then that strike on spare. Fantastic 5-6 punch. And now here's Jeff Surratt. My notes are faulty. I'm not sure about that 5th box, but he's been very accurate on the head pin throughout. And here he is again. He sent it a little skinny this time. He's got the 3-5-10. Jeff Surratt, of course, also a member of the Team Lucky Strike Lanes. Arguably the juggernauts on the world stage. You've seen other world juggernauts like Corey Smith had that high single a moment ago. Evan Riva into the 140s. All right, good recovery on the 3rd ball. So it's just a question of the 2nd ball for Surratt. The 2nd ball is high importance. But again, still plenty of time. It's only string number 3 out of 20. We got a long way to go yet. So right now, that ball got stuck up in his hand, unfortunately. But he does have a makeable lead. Just with the power and angle of his ball. Jeff Surratt has the 5th highest road average in the Friday Night Pro League, which we also cover here on Candlepin Bowling Network. 121.8. This time he's accurate on the head pin, but that's the dangers of wiping out the back pins. Sometimes the head pin doesn't connect with much because where the pins should have been, now they're gone. That's well worked out for 8 nonetheless. Matt Harnett had 1 strike and 2 spares and only 5 pins left standing out of the 7 non-marked frames. Glenn Shattuck, a good slow bowler as well. We've seen him on, oh, help me, it was Channel 50 as well in his case, wasn't it? Fairly sure we saw him on Stars and Strikes or Candlepin Skins, one of those Doug Brown shows. So we're trying to slice this. That's not bad at all. 7-pin stands. Where is that score? Last year, Jeff Surratt won it, had nothing lower than 105. Highest string he had in that 2015 victory was 150 and a 147. He's got the 127.10 here. Send the pin over, didn't go. Pinning. Every pin counts. I mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, but every single pin you get multiplied across 20 strings, that's basically the equivalent of 3 extra spares at the end if you strain for that extra pin. Or conversely, you would lose 3 marks if you don't get that pin. So you absolutely cannot neglect the 3rd ball in such a long form format. It's here where the pinning really starts to make its impact on the game. This is a seemingly devious split, but the wood makes this makeable for Surratt. Wants to get left side of the wood. He's gotten a little too far left, though. You saw how the 10 pin the two pin, excuse me, shot a bit forward because he got the scorpion tail kick rather than sliding the two pin off left to right. Accurate again, it's 9. And that's that for the third string here. So the rest of the bowlers will complete this third string, and then as soon as I have updates, oh wait, hang on a second. What am I saying? We do have an update. So, commenter on Facebook.
Thanks, you too.
Whose is it? I apologize. The names aren't showing up on my thing. Luke, thank you for posting. At LedaLanes.com, you can see the Easter Classic results. You go to LedaLanes.com under Leagues and Tournaments Easter 2023, and the results after the first two strings are now posted. So I'll take a moment and try and read these over. Hang on. We got this. So tied for first right now. I have the results after two strings. Fry Daly and Collins next. Corey Smith, 258. Evan Riva, runner-up last year, 258. Travis Wallace is 5 pins back with 253. Oh gosh, Gwenail Degue, I apologize if I'm butchering the heck out of your name. I've seen you around and I'm so sorry I've never asked. Is 6 pins back, if I understand that correctly? With a 252. Josh Daly and Jeff Surratt tied 5th right now, 251, 251. Surratt won't be happy with that last string, but still in great form. Godwin and Kafalis tied with 7th. You saw the Urbinator working on the lanes to our right.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
go ahead, Bob.
You have those. No, I'm glad that you have those up there. Just a couple little updates. Nate Lees and Jimbo Ayotte just put up 129s on the far side. We had Steve Kelly, local bowls out of this house, throwing a 143 down just to my right over on Lance. Oh, and Douglas was 150. Well, we think he got 150.
Bob's.
He finished with a 153, Timmy Douglas. So that's the high for the day so far that we've seen.
Seems like it.
You're showing. Are you showing this to the home viewers?
Not showing it at the moment.
Matrixy. But look, we had a Canadian invasion here. Corey Smith in first place, tied.
Yeah.
Like after 2 with Evan.
I mentioned that. That's Demings, if I named correctly. 248. Justin Lyonnaise, 10th place. Paul Markey, we saw throw that
Irby in
high
the
stick.
top 10. Nice.
Yeah.
C minus. That's C minus. I actually.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry.
Am I allowed to say the gentleman's name?
Yes, you're not banned. That persona is due to some Facebook misunderstandings. Jeff Surratt, top 5. I see tied with Josh Daly through 2 officially.
Corrado Potty, of course, yeah.
What happened to our left? Did you see any of the scores before they reset them?
I didn't peek up. I got to get good at my peripheral vision here.
Stevie Reno, what have you seen out there? Yeah.
Well, we've seen.
We have 153. Looks like Timmy Douglas has got the high. Yeah, got a high gain, but.
Steve Reno talking distinctly off camera here, but 153.
But how's Junior doing?
Brand new pins right now at Leda Lanes, which is creating these tricky scores, but we are seeing 140s pop up.
Timmy, how you doing?
What we'll do right now is we'll take an audio timeout, and we will be right back in just a moment. Audio timeout. The move has been announced, and string 4 will be underway in just a moment. All right. Nope, that's not. There we go. Hello and welcome back to live coverage of Ray's Easter Classic here. Where else? Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire. This is Cole Fry out of Maine. Looking at the 139. 20 strings total pinfall, simple yet devious as that. A long time tradition dating back to 1989. And if my records don't deceive me, this is Cole Fry's first appearance in this tournament. A lot of great bowling talent has made world's teams make shots like that. Yet this is the first time we see him here in the 20 string classic. Spare to start. We have results through the first 2 strings. I will do my best to find them. Right on that spare fill now. Up straight into the head pin. 4, 7, 9, 10. Trying to send that wood. Oh boy, it spun left to right. So a 6 fill and an 8 box. Couldn't pick up a pin on the third ball, but good start nonetheless. Where is Cole on these stats here? Huh. I can't find him on this document for some reason. Go figure. Here's a second box, 5-9. Again, so glad to have you all here watching live on Candlepin Bowling Network, on Facebook and YouTube. And a spare made. I guess we could keep that spare smudge up. All right. Fry, of course, you saw also featured here for the Pro Series at the Singles Knockout. Made the second round and bowled very well, about to run into the buzzsaw. Pro Series and Bowler of the Year. Pro Series Bowler of the Year and Champion, I should specify, Jimbo Ayotte. 5 fill. Absolute best shot he made in that was the 5-6, 9-10. He got on the right side of the 6 pin at one of these Leda lanes and spun the pin over. He hit the 6-9 into the 5. That was a clipped moment on YouTube. It was so good. 8 box still working on a 47. Take the smudge away finally. Lanes, 93 bowlers. A record turnout here at Ray's Easter Classic in Nashua. 1, 2, 9, 10. Slice the 2-pin away. Tricky to get these pins here, and unfortunately he gets away, but still a 54 half. And that brings up Josh Daly. Daly is currently tied for 5th with Jeff Surratt on 251. That was through 2 strings. We know we saw Surratt lose ground, but keep an eye on him as he progresses through the lanes 23 through 25. That very well may have just been one chink in the armor. Daly, of course, has won 2 Pro Series events this year. Runner-up in another. That was the 3-man random draw teams. Bowls out a Sunnyside Bolodrome on the Friday night. Bolodrome in the Friday Night Pro League. He's got the 6th highest road average in that league, 121.5. Can he send this pin across? Ooh, just a little high on it. He shook his head. Perhaps he wanted to get more on the left side of the 2-pin. Pin's important on the 3rd ball. He's accurate again. 9's fine. Josh Daly's previous strings were 113 and 138. Three, 4, 6, 7, 10 for Daly. It's tough. It's working against the grain for him. Does very well to send it off the wall. Has that working ball that works so well. And 9 again. So 2 splits for Daly in the early going. For the high-ranked bowler. Daly now head pin again. Boy, oh boy, his 3rd split, implying 3 head pins, of course. We see this a lot on the spread eagle. A lot of bowlers are shading it away from that object pin just a little too much and leaving that pin on the plate. So 8. I wonder if shots like that might make a difference. Again, it's happening to a lot of bowlers. I'm not singling Josh out per se. But little things like that can make a big difference down the line. So 9, 9, and 8, unfortunately, after all that accurate bowling. Again, head pin, and for some reason, lane 22 is just being absolutely brutal to Daly. 2, 3, 4, and 7. Usually throws that powerful cross-lane ball. Sweeper's available. Gotta get on the right side of it. Sliced it over. Got pins to mix 2 tips. 7 stays. Score that 10. Accurate every single ball. Not much to show for it. Definitely that 36 is underrepresenting Daly's bowling. Away from the head pin, 1, 7, 9, 10. Josh Daly has bowled this tournament once before in 2021. He came in 17th place with 2,358. Trying to lose the range. High-low jack, the 1-7-10. And 7 it is. So 43.5 could have been a lot higher easily. Not for lack of trying. And now Charles Collins. Collins, of course, another explosive bowler. See him in the Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour. A division. He also bowls out of Sunnyside Bowlerdrome in the Friday Night Pro League. 1, 2, 9, and 10. We're seeing this lead a lot. Throw a 3-pin into the wall and suddenly it comes back. So that might be the livre du jour. Not a bad cut on that second ball. Working it out. Does very well to get pins on the second and third balls, upgrading the 6 to a 9 overall. Charlie Collins was in last year's tournament, 2022. He finished with a 2,164, a 108 average. His Friday Night Pro League average, of course, present day, significantly higher, 115 and a half. See if I can pull up the ACST average real quick for you fine folks.
Nice shot, Jeff.
Or 7. What's out in front? It's got to be red line, perfect. Anywhere to either side and the wood risked spinning out. Yes, Wayne, guilty. I'm half French. Oh, of course. Should... Collins is currently running 211 through 2 strings. That'll help, though. Strike on spare. Did I say explosive? Here he comes. The man Paul Grant calls the Terminator. Will start on the right side of the lane and swoop from right to left. Backup ball, strike Phil, head pin, spread eagle. Collins is currently top of his division. In the Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour, his average is 121.6. Can't get the cut on that spread eagle ball, so unfortunately he'll settle for 6 on the strike fill. Pin still vital. And ends up with 9. Okay, off the wall. That might matter. 14 above 10 a box. And again, I would like to apologize to Gwandal Duguay. Now that I understand how to pronounce the gentleman's name, I sincerely apologize. Especially someone who's making waves early in the tournament. 9 drop for Collins. Woods pesky in front there. Oh, it's spun out, I'm afraid. Trying to play on the right side and curl it in, essentially. Because if Collins plays on the left side, it could drive straight back. Could deflect the ball away. We'll stick with 9. 63.5 after that spare strike. Back up to our main man, Cole Fry. Big hit. Mark number 3. Fry had been looking for the head pin range, and the moment he gets it, he destroys it. 3rd mark after spare 6, spare 5. Has a chance to really start racking them up in this 4th string of 20. Looking for some Easter Classic magic. Aye, aye, aye. Well, Fry has made ridiculous shots here before. He's got to get this left hip, perhaps. Can he find a way? Oh, he went left side, trying to get the bounce off the 9-pin. He gets the 9-pin and picks the extra stick on the strike fill. And pins out. That's his first 10 box. Now the tide's starting to turn. I believe big hit, 10-pin stands. And yes, I am not mistaken. There is something that binds these 3 together. They are all, quote-unquote, the new generation of bowling, having appeared on the show with Rob Taylor back when it was on. Spare, and that's a 4th mark for Cole. Cole, I believe, maintained the highest single through the current either end or hiatus of the show. Boy, would it be nice to see it back. That triple strike was played back multiple times. But here on our featured lane, we have 3 of the most successful bowlers from that show. And many more who continue to make waves in the competitive scene today. It's not just a marketing moniker. These guys are good. 100 through 8. And a spare. Got on the cap of the wood there, but that's Fry's 5th mark, and he can now bust into the 130s. There were some pins on the 3rd ball he'd like to have back. He could have been there already. Lots of talent, girls and ladies from that show as well. And you will see a number of them next Sunday at Sanford, Maine Candlepins for Cancer. Mixed doubles. We are thrilled to present that to you. But for my friend's wedding the weekend after that, I would be there as well. But you will have Paul Grant, you will have Mike Morin, and you will have a fantastic show to watch. Fry, meanwhile, just deposited 9, trying to load up. Well, he loaded up the mark, doesn't get the other one, but still high 120s for him. Had the potential there, and 129, it could have been 140s, just a few more balls. But a fantastic finish, and that's exactly the sort of pace one needs to get near the top. Over to Joshua Daly now. Oh, I finally found Cole Fry. He's running a 112 average right now, so that has definitely boosted it. It took me so long. That's through 2 strings. If anyone has the updates through more, I'll refresh the Leda Lanes page. You can too. But no, we don't have string 3 results just yet. Looks like we're on a 2 behind principle today. Daly, 7-pin. All right. So finally the overdue break Daly had been waiting for. He's had 4 splits and 1 washout. Not set off in a candlepin, but missing that pin. Oh, just off. So the last 2 were more in Daly's control, but again, like Fry, you see the potential there. And of course, Daly is finishing high. He's got the tied 5th best in the standings right now. Haven't shared enough history in the past few minutes. I'll do that in just a moment. First, we'll watch this box 7.
Bowler? Huh? Are you bowling?
Yeah.
I think I met you. What's your name?
I'm Brian.
Darius? Brian Heffernan?
No, I was surprised.
Daly lost it out there, but with such power behind his ball, throwing it off the sidewall has generated a lot of action. Now this is interesting. Can he drive this head pin straight back to take the wood, albeit at an angle, to take the 8-9? Here it comes. Head pin. It wasn't quite on, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, you definitely know Phil Club.
Yep.
He's a nice guy, isn't he? Oh, yeah. Almost 80 years old. He does full competition.
So a 10 here.
Yeah, he's
I mentioned who are the most successful overall bowlers. I did a count of top 3 finishes using the data that Dave Barber so helpfully provided, in addition to scores from Bob Lee, John Zappi, and Dottie Lawrook. Passed it through all their hands effectively. Dottie does wonderful work for this tournament. The only bowler with 8 top 3 finishes is Gary Carrington. 4 of them were 3rd place. And of course, that includes the championship in the first year. Daly splits for the 5th time this string, 3-7. Carrington, of course, 3 first-place finishes, 1 second and 4 thirds. 3 other bowlers have been in the top 3 7 times. Craig Holbrook, who is, of course, the most prolific competitor, though not this year, it seems, breaking that perfect attendance streak after many, many years. 9 for Daly. Jeff Surratt, of course, the most successful one, 5 championships, twice runner-up. And Chris Sargent is the other, 4 championships, 3 times runner-up. The other two other bowlers have 6 top 3 finishes each. That's Tom Olsta, who only won the tournament once, runner-up 3 times, 3rd place 2 times, and Sean Baker. Twice 1st, twice 2nd, twice 3rd. Daly's got his lead. It looked a little full, but this time he's got the 3-6-10, and now a piece of wood comes by to greet him just behind the 3-pin. But hit the cap, unfortunately. Didn't want to leave that on the plate, I'm afraid. 7. Want to keep it to about a pin a box, I would say, although probably leaving less than that to be successful. Again, thrilled you could make some part of your Easter Sunday for us here at Candlepin Bowling Network to join us for this live coverage of this marathon event. 20 strings. Every little bit counts. 7, 9, and 10 for Daly. Still looking for that first mark. Send the wood over into the 7-9. So this is on course to be yet another quality 10 here. Nice kibosh, Gregory. 9 boxes, 88. And now over to Charles Collins. Collins working a very good 63 half. Been on the head pin 4 times out of 5. Here it is. Head pin hits, splashes it around 3-6. So by the way, Daly finishes with 88, but he had 8 out of 10 on the head pin, only 3 of which produced viable leaves. There were some chances left on the plate. But overall, a lot of misfortune as well. Collins will try again at this 3-6. He's got it this time. Important 10, important recovery. Nothing lower than a 9 box. Collins' car's in full. He's hit the head pin all but 1 times. That was in the first. I'm trying to crane my neck to see some scores. Nothing exceptionally large just yet. This is going to be a nitty-gritty pinning affair, I can tell. The workmanlike part of this game. That's a nice 10 by Collins. And now he's got back-to-back 10s and some momentum here. In fact, I've shortchanged him a pin somewhere. No, it's 3 10s in a row. I apologize. Two, 7, 8. Where's that wood going to sit? Now it starts to roll away. There is wood in the middle. Curious to see how the 2-pin behaves. In an ideal world, it'll hit the pin and deflect right back. Not to mention what the ball will do. Collins goes full on it, yes! So a split conversion for Collins produces his 3rd mark of this string. And a chance to really exceed his 110-ish average at this stage. String 3 is up and much more legible, fair point. So, that's an 8 drop for Collins. Now a chance to chain together. I didn't put the spare smudge. That's what it should have looked like. Now it's that. 4-7. He's got wood. It's not covering it cleanly, but he gets it anyway. Back to back. The second pair of marks for Collins. And currently after 3 strings, Tim Hazard, runner-up in the World Singles last tournament, is now in the lead with 383 after 3 strings. Corey Smith, 377. Justin Lyonnaise, JT Lyonnaise, 120, 127, 128 for a total of 375. Tied at 4th, Travis Wallace, Dave Godwin, and there's the defending champion, Chris Merrill, all kicking around 371. $1-7. So another 8 drop for Collins. Watch that update. He's cracked 120 of mathematically, in fact, 128. He's got to make something. The Woods wired. Oh, it jumped in front of the 7 and then didn't come back off the sidewall. One more for 130. Gets the 130. The highest string we've seen, if my memory serves. Fantastic finish. Running down the rest of the scores here, we have Jimbo Ayotte and Josh Daly, 367, the doubles partners from Woburn Pro Series doubles. And then a printer thing. All right, here's some. This is interesting. The DOS printer has had its way with this thing a bit, but I think you will find. No, honestly, I was trying to go by the brightness of the thing. I want to say Corrado Pani is 9th and Guanel Duguay is 10th, but I cannot tell. Blaze Sullivan and Riva are all kicking around as well. And next up we will have Chris Merrill, Dom Drake, and Mark Smith. That's going to be good. And we'll take an audio timeout here and start string number 5 in just a moment.
Well, Tim Douglas just threw his second and third doubles of the day. After his 153 in game 2, he just threw a 161 with doubles in the 9th and 10th and in the first half. So he just joined the wall as I think Joey Lister was watching. Great job. Anyway, I didn't get a lot of other scores. He was just down here as the last bowler finished. Made a beautiful spare on his fill in the 10th too. So 161 for Douglas, who started slow, but he'd be coming right up. Is he even on the first page after 3?
Yes, he is. He's right there.
Yeah, he was in 16th, but that 161, he threw a 95 in the first, like you see.
Yeah.
That's going to put him in the 520 range, right?
I'd say so, and we've seen how difficult the pins are today, so I mean 160 is likely to rocket up the field, although we've seen some others. Jimbo Ayotte tossed something in the 150s. Calvin Lockett a 139, and someone else at 140. Heaven help me, I don't remember who it was.
So how many 400s were there out of that? None out of the first 3. Interesting.
Nobody threw.
Basert, though, is our leader.
That's right. And now presenting the defending champion 2 times, Chris Merrill, 5'8".
Where's Merrill after?
Just wanted to start out. Thank you very much, Bob Lee, executive producer, for all your help here. Merrill will start with 9. He was first featured in our broadcast last year. And this is his 3rd Easter Classic. Yes, the first 2 years Chris Merrill competed, he won. And the man from Maine has just left a 7-pin. He's got it. Nice, steady delivery. You've seen it in another short video that Bob Lee uploaded to Candlepin Bowling Network. Chris Merrill's championship scores were 2,580 and 2,493. 5'8", dumps 8 on it. And already you see the steadiness. Oh, what spun out on him, though. Bowls at a very quick pace. So if the pitch clock era ever comes to Candlepin Bowling, he'll be fully prepared. There's always been some idle speculation. No, there's never been serious talk of a shot clock. PBA bowling has it, but Candlepin doesn't. And
I know, I pulled in, I was like, oh yeah.
I can't think of a single time where that's been an issue. Merrill's first split, 6-7-10. You know, it's a well-placed ball nonetheless. He didn't get it to jump the right angle. Very accurate overall. This will be foul in an 8 box. Just hit the channel in the wood before the pin. Riva, the runner-up last year, tossed a 103 in the 3rd, so he's dropped a little bit in the standings, but we have a long, long way to go. 5 pin is all that's left. Looked like the 5-7-10 for a moment, but just those extras kept dropping. And Merrill's 5 for 5 on the head pin. And now has 2 marks. No 10 boxes, but 2 spares. There were a few 3rd balls there, but that brings up now Dom Drake. Fantastic hairdo, putting a lot of us to shame here. Some nights I just get up and come what may. least it's short. Drake, of course, has been on a Candlepins for Cancer's Season 1 broadcast before. He made a good run in that ladder, if I recall correctly. He's got these pins over. That's a great second ball, and now a chance to escape with 10.
You ready?
Gone. 10 box. Ooh. Drake didn't get as much action as he was hoping for. 4, 7, 9, and 10. Wood's still rolling in the back there. Sends the pins. Ooh. Didn't get enough of the action he was after. That's a nice 10. Had the back row standing. And Drake starts with 2 10s. Now a second split. Too bad, a ball that should have taken that back pin as well. Dom Drake has been in this tournament once before. In 2021, he finished in 15th place, 23.75. Currently, Drake is running a 114 average, which has him in 36th place at the moment. Every pin matters, but he's not far off. He's got a split, but Wood's available. It's a lot of it. I hope it doesn't jam it up, but unfortunately it did. It was backwood as well. It didn't allow the 3-pin to travel freely. The ball escapes out of his hand, but it's still only the second pin he's left standing, despite no marks in 4. Now Drake's got a powerful hit. Wondering where in the world that was ages ago. He's been that's now his 4th consecutive head pin hit. He's got the toughest pin for a righty. Gets it. And a good resilient string, and he ends with a mark. And now brings up Mark Smith. That brings up Mark Smith. Well, I can filibuster with statistics nonetheless. 125 lifetime average in this tournament. There he is. He's about to take to the lanes now. Is that right? 125? Incredible. Although I have it up, sorry. Oh, 123. It's only a 123, folks. Sorry. Incredible bowling from Smith. This is the 12th time he has bowled the Easter Classic. Didn't miss a single one between 06 and 2013, where he's had a 5th place and an 8th place finish. 25-54 and 25-16. Ball one. Got the head pin, 5-pin. Doesn't tip for him, unfortunately. So he's got Dan Castle's nemesis, the right hook, 5, 6, and 10. That's another leave I'm seeking names on as well, although happy to call it. Though for my fellow commentator Dan Castle, happy to call it that in my case. Nicely pinned for 10. But of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Mark Smith's claim to fame in this tournament. He is tied for the 3rd highest single of all time, 198. Ties Peter Libby, but Smith accomplished this. It recently is 2021. It's the most recent 190 single we've ever had. The only ones higher, Jeff Surratt, 199 in 2016. An absolute top was in the very first year of the tournament, 1989, John Zernicke with 211. Not a bad cut on it, but again, split foils Smith. Termed M. Smith on the scoreboard, of course. We also have C. Smith, Corey Smith. Boy, that was not far off that 10 pin at all. 9 is fine. By the way, our new gen trio in lane 23 is lighting up the lanes. I knew it was just an aberration on 22. Maybe the less attention I draw to them, the better. Smith got 3 on the first ball. So a head pin hit here. 3-7 is the remainder. So again, against a dastardly configuration, Smith pins out well, and again he's got 9. Tied in 5th of highest single of all time, Mike Poulin and Sean McKinley, 197 each. And then it drops down to 7th place, 191. Steve Reno Sr., who we saw earlier, tied with Gary Carrington. Both did it in 1989. What a year for that tournament. And then 190s from each of Dave Dupuis, Craig Holbrook, and Dave Richards in the 2000 aughts. Smith has the outpost. 4 horsemen left in the 10. Head pin, ooh boy. Again though, good pins. Gets 9. That's fine, right? My preview image is stalled, but it looks like my stream should be working fine. If anyone is having any issues, let me know. May I say the Leda Lane's Wi-Fi is fantastic. 9 drop. Smith's best chance after 2 splits. Got it. And everybody sits down on a mark. How's that? So great halves working for each of them. And Merrill, of course, with 2 marks, our defending champion, the best of the trio. The man who has never lost the tournament gets a 6. Begs the question, can anyone else walk on and win this? It's a good second ball, but so 9 for Merrill. Immediately, as I said that, my attention was drawn to, well, what about Tim Hazer? That wouldn't quite be true in his case. In 2019, he came in 25th. But he's our current leader right now. 257 for Merrill. Wood's quite vertical for him, but he's got a chance. Can't get a word in edgewise at the pace he bowls. Not that I mind. 3 marks.
Hour and a half, yeah. Nashua is 2 hours. Nashua is 2 hours from Boston.
Corey Smith, meanwhile, the runner-up.
Watch the Masters on the way home. They're right in front of me. In and out, fall asleep, whatever.
5 tournaments.
Great.
Twice ranked 5. Dating back as early as 2011. Smith out of Canada making a good run here. And it would be only the 2nd Canadian title in the history of the tournament. Merrill could chain this 7 drop and another spare. 4 marks. How much higher will this go? Already 16 above pace. Got the head pin again. And drops out the extra pin. And 25 above pace for the defending champ. If I haven't made that abundantly clear. Got wood. It's all there, but it was a huge wood pile. Taps the 7 and drops it. Phew. Well, that was a frightening moment. When the wood's stacked up like that, we know how devious it can be. But call it the new pins, absolutely fair. Call it what you want. Champions find a way. Looking for a load here. Head pin again. Again, he's got this makeable split. 3, 5, 10. Merrill is went on the outside of it. Couldn't get the cut over, I'm afraid. Looking for a ball deflection where he put it. 5-10, that's a 10 box. Every little pin, you never know. 132. It's actually Merrill's first 10 box, if you can believe that. 5 spares, 5 pins left. That's how she goes. Dom Drake now. Everyone sat down on a mark, now he comes up to fill his, having only left 2 pins on the plate prior. So 3-pin, now he got a lot of sidewall action there, and he has taken out 7. 1, 2, and 4, so that all drops on the spare and Drake, but the pin was off spot, and that probably foiled him. Those sleeves you get away from the head pin aren't always the best. Sometimes the head pin drops out anyway, but then the resulting mess is worse. But comes back for 9. All right, 6, 9, 10, triangle number 6. This wood is askew, though. Front left to back right. Drake's gonna have to do something with it. Spins it in. Throws his hands up to wonder what in the world he was supposed to do there. But connects on the third ball and gets his 10. Third time he's gotten a 10 pin. Drake is 5 for 7 on the head pin. Whoops. I still stand by what I say. Great ball control. Right back on track. 4 pin. He's only had one. I mean, maybe that last sleeve was viable. Probably the first time Drake's done something that maybe he could have scored higher on. Wood wasn't working either. That's 9. Trio of bowlers. Actually, excuse me, Maryland Smith are. Forgive me, I've forgotten about Dom Drake's hometown. 4-10. Yeah, I think I'm wrong. Split conversion, got it! Bounced the wood off the wall. Making his own luck now. String number 5, almost done with the first quarter of this. Long day of bowling as scheduled. Thrilled you could spend part of your day with us. Look at that great shot by Drake. That's 9. Just off. Had a couple of chances, but a fine string overall, 112. And now over to Mark Smith. Probably. So the scores are being updated frequently on LedaLanes.com. We currently have results through the first 3 strings. You can see them yourself if you want to log on, or I can. And of course, I'll be reading them out throughout as they become available. And next up, we will see a definite main trio: Jeff LaPierre, Mark Weber, and Mark Carrier. Where is Mark, anyway? Looking forward to going to Sanford, Maine next Sunday for Candlepins for Cancer mixed doubles. That's going to be a star-studded lineup. And that I expect will also be Facebook and YouTube in the usual spots. I will not be there, sadly, but got a lot of other. You've got Paul Grant, you've got Mike Morin, and you got a fantastic place. And with that, Smith takes to the lane now. Smith started pretty well. He's pinning better than a ball frame. That wasn't a sentence. He's lost less than a pin per frame, is what I meant to say. Spare in the fifth. At his spare fill. 2-6. Drops 8 on the mark. Above average. He's trying for that. That wasn't bad. Doesn't want to cut off Collins to his right, of course. Stops up just a little bit. Then takes his time and nails the pin, his second 10. Mr. 198 as recently as 2021. Highest string at this point, Dave Hodge threw a 185 in 2010 in the 5th string. That's the highest single we've seen to this point. Again, with the new pins, we'll see how many of these records are likely to get dropped. This is much more of an endurance challenge than even this 20-string classic usually is. Pins it out for 10. Got on the head pin, 5-8. Only missed the head pin 2 times. But the wood doesn't cooperate for Smith. Ten again, his 4th 10 box. Drop. Mark Smith is a 116 average. Bob Lee.
Well, they post the official scores through 4, just for people that probably are seeing that on Candlepin Chat, but Jimbo Ayotte is the leader at the moment, first place. His 155 from the 4th. I don't know if you saw that. Tim Douglas was 161 in the 4th, moved into 2nd place. Irby, John Cafalis, sitting in 3rd. Justin Lyonnaise, JT. He's in 4th. And following them, we got the Americans are back in the lead now. Dave Godwin is tied with Dean Sullivan, and then how about C minus? Who I told him on the way in, I told him he was going to come in 12th today. He's in 7th right now. He's throwing that kind of ball. He's been throwing 400s. Well, the guys around him are in the 360s. And that'll be interesting for the guys that don't throw the ball 42 miles an hour to watch, see if he can pull it off. Corey Smith, now the Canadians come in, and Gwinnell Duguay and Adam Melanson rounding out the top 10 through 4 complete. How's it going here now?
Going all right. We're fighting for pins here. Hoping the feature lane isn't putting too much of the kibosh, but of course, most good bowlers
You
are.
got Hollywood, man. You got Mark Hollywood Smith. He likes getting frustrated in front of the camera sometimes when he's not celebrating in front of the camera.
Fair enough. Well, I mentioned that 198 earlier. So we'll look around for the big scores as well. And at this time, we'll take an audio timeout, and we will be back for string number 6 in just a moment. The move is being made. We'll start string 6 in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. On lane 22 now is Jeff LaPierre. Main connection here. 3, 4, 6, 8, 10. Followed by Mark Webber and Mark Carrier. LaPierre's going to turn this wood. Boy, a 6-pin is probably the last one you'd expect to foil him there. Score that a 9. I only see one other entry for Jeff LaPierre in this tournament, 2011, where he finished with a 2,322. That's 210. Look at all this wood. It's actually angled pretty similarly right here, so might form a conga line to the destination. If it works, yes. Spare for LaPierre. This is the 6th of 20 strings, as you see here. From Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire for Ray Simino's Easter Classic. Ray, if you can hear me up there in the world above, boy, is this tournament flourishing. John Howard, Lexi Howard, all doing great jobs here at Leda Lanes. And of course, always thankful for the bowlers, who always put on such a great show. A great shot such as that. Jeff LaPierre is featured in our main money matches on Candlepin Bowling Network. Spares again. He partnered with Mark Webber, in fact. One of his opponents was indeed Dom Drake. Now then, LaPierre's got 4 and 10. That's a great count on the spare, but now he's got to make another split conversion here. too much on the flat part of the wood there. He had it on the right side, but really needed the tip or spin or a ball deflection. Score that 10. Very solid work there. Another case of Gregory can't find the score on the listing. There is Jeff. Yoo-hoo. Ah, there he is, sitting with a 114 average right now. Fighting for pins in this fifth box, but very good start to the string. And will definitely be above average, presuming reasonable pinning from here. Oops, well, score that 7, but still a 63 half. Bringing up Mark Webber, his money match teammate. Mark Webber competed in the Easter Classic in 2021, 15th place, 23.75. Same as Dom Drake, who you see on camera. Ergo, they tied. That's how numbers work. Good leave away from the headpin, 136. Nope, still didn't get the headpin. And a 9. Weber is currently running at a 107 average, but had a 132 in the first. He deals away, crossover side, 2-4-6-10. We've seen this leave go today. It was Steve Reno Sr. who made it all the way back in string number 1. He and Steve Jr. are in the field today. Yep. Now struggling for pins. Score that 6. Now the half Worcester. Trying to look something up here. Got on the outside of that half Worcester. 4-6-7-10. Interesting tactical question. Do you go for the middle of wood and try to get these pins? Nope, he'll take the safer way out, but unfortunately doesn't connect. Again, you are watching the Easter Classic live on Candlepin Bowling Network on Facebook and YouTube. Please like and share the video because I'm hoping people are finding their way over here. Certainly a lot of you have, and we're very grateful for it, and certainly the bowlers are as well. 4 horsemen and an 8-pin for Mark Webber. Just a reminder, if you So if you like the video, please like it by hitting the thumbs up button on wherever you're watching. Either way, thank you very much for your support just by watching. Mark Webber connects for 10. Not thrilled with the progression, but that's a good sign. Almost 100 of you watching on YouTube alone. My goodness. Three, 5, 10. So Mark concludes to the 40 half, I'm afraid, and now that Mark with a K has come off, it's time for Mark with a C, Mark Carrier. Owner of 1710 Bowling Center in Maine. He was one of the opponents of Mark Webber and Jeff LaPierre. So he'll take a little bit of a breather right here. I'll take a moment, since there's no one up right now. Let's go over all the many accomplishments of Craig Holbrook in this tournament. So remember, he is a three-time champion. Yes, I had that right in this tournament. 4 other top 3 finishes. Let's count how many times he was top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 times, spanning from his championship win in 1990 to a 4th place finish in 2018, racking up over $28,000 in prize money. That's Craig Holbrook, and here's Mark Carrier. He starts off with a cluster of 4, 1, 2, 4, and 8. Yes, he got it. Drove the pin back. That's harder than it looks. Now the fill. 1, 3, 4, 7, 9. Dropping 5 on it. Splashing around, good sticks. Out of 10. Check out Mark Carrier's. Mark Carrier has been in 6 tournaments dating back to 2000 and as recently as 2021. Best finish is most recently 2021, 14th place, 2387. Highest 20 games, 2010, 2446. 9-10. Unlucky, the wood spun out there. And gets the pin on the end. Another 10. Perfect through 3, as we say. No pins left standing. Carrier's got the old Bob Caleri leave. Caleri left, 1, 2, 4, 7, 9. Ooh, 7-pin wiggled. And again, Carrier has the chance for 10. Nope, this one will get away this time. Still only the first penny's left standing. Again, string 4 results are up on LedaLanes.com. You can see there. Jimbo Ayotte, Tim Douglas, John Kafalis, Justin Lyonnaise, Dave Godwin, and Dean Sullivan with the top spots right now. 1, 2, 10. Not a lot of headpin hits, but it is a mixing ball. Gives Carrier a chance. Deflect the ball. Ooh. Well, he got the 2 deflections, just not in the angles he needed. Gives that a ride. Good pin. Pins adding up down the line, 53 half. Now Jeff LaPierre. 4 out of 5 on the head pin, including, and now 2 back-to-back marks.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Right now,
Here's LaPierre. Sidewalls are lively here in Nashua. 1, 2.
I might have, sorry.
And it gives LaPierre a good leave here. Just got the piece of the head pin. His 3rd mark. Hey, this is gonna mix from the behind, and LaPierre's got strike on spare. How's that for a working ball? 23 over pace, easily could crack into 30s, and LaPierre's likely to have a good one here. Starting to see some bowlers thrive on our lanes. People start settling into the groove, start seeing the situation and the long road ahead. No need to rush. Didn't quite make it to the head pin, but still a 2nd ball. And you know, that's not bad. If LaPierre runs down the 4 horsemen, a chance exists that he can run this head pin into the wood behind. Let's see. He ran the head pin into the wood behind indeed. Score at 7. That brings up 100 already in just the 7th. Wants these pins. Too bad. 108 through 8. LaPierre. 4-pin. Keeping the shot intentionally wide so you can see as many of the lanes as possible. I won't be able to show you the back of house, but you see a lot of good shots like that one. Mark number 5 for Jeff LaPierre. LaPierre airs to this one, drop 9 on it. Here we go again. Yeah. LaPierre wants this one. Got it! 137 plus. LaPierre having a blinder on the featured lane. We'll see Richie Myrick in a moment. I was talking to him briefly. Drops 8 on it, 145 for LaPierre. The highest we've seen yet. Equips, that'll cover up the last one. Mark Webber. Mark Webber's had 3 splits, unfortunately. The third ball wasn't working for him, in fairness, but the first ball is much more than the score indicates. A working first ball away from the head pin, but unfortunately leaves just a 1-7-10. Take a deadwood check out there. And the pin is behind the deadwood line. Most of you know.
That's the next game for you, Greg?
Thank you. Is surprise just surprise or?
It's just surprise.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Next up will be Ryan Hogan, Jerry Dunn, and Brian Surprise on lane 22 after this. Weber gets 9. Still in a struggle for pins. Four pins down here. So the tournament dates back to 1989. We've had only a few multi-time champions. Jeff Surratt, 5 times the most successful in this tournament. Chris Sargent, 4. Craig Holbrook, 3. Gary Carrington, 3. Chris Bover, 2. Sean Baker, 2. Jeff Atkins, 2. And most recently, Chris Merrill, 2. Weber escapes for 9. Other one-time champions, Peter Flynn, Kevin Davis recently in 2019, Bob Whitcomb, Chip Carson, Mike Poulin, who's been sneaky successful in this tournament, Chris Hollett, the only Canadian to win, Tom Olsta only 1 time despite all his top 3 finishes, John Zappi, Jonathan Boudreau, and Brian Fuller Jr. Who's next? Weber again made a cut on that, so another split. was this sixth string where John Zernicke rolled that 211 in 1989. Imagine that, first year of the tournament, and the only 200. 1, 3, and 8. Since then, and a 9. Since then, there have been a grand total of, if my math is correct, a total number of entries in the Easter Classic of 1,855. Okay, I've lost the plot here. We're on box 10, I apologize. Weber's got the Caleri left side. '76. So consider we're about to cross the 2,000th entry in this. Good 9 on the end. Score at 85 for Weber. I'm not sure where my scoring went kerflooey, but there we go. So next year, if the staff here at Leda Lanes can sell it out again, with many thanks to these great bowlers, we are probable to cross the 2,000 mark. We have now officially crossed 100 of you watching on YouTube. Thank you so much. Carrier is showing on 52 right now. He's got the 7 pin remaining.
Always cold, always cold.
So pissed off, I think on the 17th, I'm going to kill the fucker.
I love these pro score systems, but man, is it tough to see them from a distance. Amazing what DOS technology can still do after all this time. And if you have 5 minutes to spare, the print function is impeccable.
I went 115, 133 last week. 92. Yeah, 92.
Carrier's got the head pin this time, and a good one.
I just couldn't figure out what the hell to do.
4-7. Wood's there. It's a little detached, so it'll be interesting to see how Carrier opts to play this. Takes a moment to consider. The owner of 1710 Bowling Center selects the wood, plays the red line, and gets it. Mark number 2. So it's 20 strings total pinfall. Bowlers chose their lanes, first come, first serve, and of course choose their lane mates. And I'm realizing I'm missing an indication of the prize money. That will be my commitment to you. I will get that to you at my soonest opportunity because it should be known by now. Head pin splashed around. Carrier's heating up now. Drop 9 on the spare.
Can I do easy payment plan or something?
Oh, got on the right side of the wood. Thank you. You see the reaction, the bug-eyed reaction of Carrier. But it's a good one. Now we'll try to get a good load on that spare.
I brought them from the Bahamas.
Usually I say fill or bonus, but of course, load was the term commonly used on a obscure show. But if you look up Bowl, Maine, like the state of Maine, of course, there's a YouTube channel with a couple of episodes. 7 drop for Carrier.
I'm gonna talk to my brother who's my partner. I'm gonna tag there and I'm gonna find someone.
In fact, I thought there were 2 episodes. I thought we had Evan Riva and his mother on the show at one point. But it was a nice concept for a show that unfortunately didn't pan out. Too bad. Need more good shows that showcase the great Maine bowlers. Thank goodness for Paul Grant being able to get up there as often as he does. Carrier looks really good going down. Maybe skinny on the head pin, but it's a great leave. For the 4th time, he's got a viable spare leave. He didn't get the last one. No, this one will sail away as well. Still, a good finish on the end to propel Carrier into the 110s. Though fair warning, right now the top spots are holding up at about a 130 average. And although we had our lowest highest point of 24.93 last tournament, I think with 93 bowlers contesting the title, it may very well be higher. You see the scores. Congratulations again to Jeff LaPierre on a great performance. And we will be right back with the next string number 7, in just a moment. Hi again, Greg Gouillart here. We got results after 5 strings, and boy, do we have some fun shakeups to share with you. Number 1 right now, guess what? Your Pro Series champion and Bowler of the Year, Jimbo Aon, 647, averaging just shy of that 130. So as I mentioned, I don't think a 125 average is going to be the thing that takes it this time around. Tim Douglas had that 153 and 161 in the 4th. He had only 120 in the 5th. So he's in second place right now with 640. Dean Sullivan tossed a 140 and it now sits third, 637. Corey Smith, 138. He's been up, down, and now way up again. Fourth place, 630. Justin Lyonnaise, 126. I tell you, folks, this guy is on the up. 627. Our defending champion, Chris Merrill, 618. John Cafalas still hanging in there with 613. Jonathan Boudreau, Nick Norcross, 8th place each of them, 611. Also, we'd like to congratulate Aod and Norcross for winning a ad hoc doubles tournament that Dave Hodge-Malahan has put together. You just pick your partner and highest pinfall wins a little side bet they've got going on. Charlie Collins and C- Corrado Pani, 610 each. And that is your top 10. Back soon. Looks like the stop down is a little longer than usual, but I may as well just read down the scores once again as we have them here. Five strings. I have the 5-string scores. I'm not sure LedaLanes.com has it, so I may as well read it out again for you. First place is Jimbo Ayotte, 647. Second, Tim Douglas, 640. Third, Dean Sullivan, 637. Fourth, Corey Smith, 630. Fifth, Justin Lyonnaise, 627. Sixth, Chris Merrill, 618. Seventh, John Kafalis, 613. Tied eighth is Jonathan Boudreau and Nick Norcross, 611 each. Tied for 10th is Charlie Collins and Corrado Pani, 610. Tim Hazard is 12th, 604. Dave Godwin, DJ Trask, and Adam Melanson, and Evan Riva, excuse me. So Dave Godwin and DJ Trask have 601. Adam Melanson and Evan Riva, last year's runner-up, 600. And that rounds out the 600s. Complete 5-string results will be on LedaLanes.com momentarily, I'm sure. But in the meantime, just waiting for some scoring corrections here.
Just trying to get my money's worth. Canadian money or American?
Off camera, you see the remaining action. They're on box 10. Basically, there was a bit of a scoreboard error. We'll complete that in just a moment. Welcome back. At last, string number 7 is underway here at Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire, of Ray's Easter Classic. 20 strings, total pinfall, simple as that. Up first, Ryan Hogan. Jerry Dunn and Brian Surprise to follow. Good mix off the jump, 1, 3, and 6. Spare to start. A good beginning for Ryan Hogan. Let's have a look-see here. According to my statistics, this is Ryan Hogan's first go of this. Got a good mix here. Oh yes, the 9-pin trips him back, and again away from the head pin. Hogan's got an 18 working. 93 total bowlers in this competition. Hogan on the head pin, just full. That got a rise out of his lane mates. Nice 10 though, perfect start. No pins left standing. 93 bowlers, 31 lanes in use. For this historic tournament that dates back to 1989. We're in string number 7, where Steve Reno Sr. has the highest single to this point. 191 was his 7th string score, again back in 1989. Oh, Hogan had the head pin. This time he gets away from him, though. But got the scorpion tail kick on the end and still doesn't left a pin standing, now through 3. Bowlers pick their lane mates and pick their starting lanes. Hogan's again got a working ball here. 1-3-10. This will require a precise cut to go, however. Just shaded wide of the head pin. Got it anyway, but 3-pin is going to stay put. And a 10. 10 again. Still no pins left standing for Hogan. And every pin matters. As I mentioned, the margin has been one pin before. That was 1990, Craig Holbrook over Joe Ashline. The most number of runner-up finishes was Tom Olsta with 3, and Chris Sargent, also a 4-time champion, and a 3-time runner-up. Caleri left for Hogan. We've had a couple of 2-time second-place finishers. Mark Gregory, Sean Baker, Kevin Davis, and Jeff Surratt. The extraordinary thing, if I recall correctly about Kevin Davis, is that Kevin was 3rd in 1995, 2nd in 2000, 2nd in 2012, and finally 1st in 2019. The tournament is in the spirit of resilience, but boy, how's that for resilience? For Davis. Hogan loses only his first pin and finishes with a very good first half, 57, and that brings up Jerry Dunn. Look at the power behind that delivery. Left the bowler that one of our viewers called a rack of ribs earlier. Got pins to trot from behind. Look at this. 5-pin. Stay put. Pins almost fell in the reverse order. It was 8-7, 4-2-1. Cleans up for 10. Another 10 bucks. I tell you, we've still only seen one pin left standing on this lane. That pin, powerful hit. Oh boy, that 6 pin is going to defy Jerry. After 5 strings, Jerry Dunn running in 5th place with a 570. 570 through 5, 114 average. Can he cut this over? Ooh, spot in just wide of the 7. Nicely pinned again. 20 through 2. This is also Dunn's debut in the tournament. 5-7. Buried, no love. Seventh string out of 20, as you see on your screen. Nope, just wide, I'm afraid. Get a nice wide shot of all the lanes for you so you can follow along with all your bowlers. Remember, they've been moving one lane to the right, so they keep the same turn order, so if you are tracking one bowler in particular, you can, in theory, follow along. By just counting mentally in your head and remembering that they move one lane to the right, they keep the same bowling order. That's how you keep track. There were some people who were wondering, well, what about the people in lanes 1 through 18? Well, in theory, they'll come round this way during our broadcast. Big hit for Dunn, 4-pin stance. Of course, at the end, Paul Grants will be here to join me once he's enjoyed his Easter Sunday plans, as I hope you all are as well. And we'll be chasing the leaders at that time. No big breakaways yet. We've had a lot of people sharing the lead. Dunn spares, gets his first mark. The third ball makes such a big difference in this 20-string format. No bowler can afford to neglect it. And there's a reason that you get the same names over and over and over. Usually names we've all heard before. Jeff Surratt, 5 out of 6. Not exactly an accident. Oh, that's a brutal killer fill. Dunn hit the head pin and only came away with 3. The 8 pin's back there as well. Now trying to slice this over. He's got pins rolling. Interesting. Question of tactics. You got Wood to the right of the 4-7. Dunn may elect for a safer shot. Thought he might get the 3. Yes, he does. What an out. And only 1 pin left standing. So after the disappointment of a 3 fill, 10 bucks, and I tell you what, 52 is a very deceptive number considering how accurate Dunn was throughout. Brian Surprise is the third bowler on this lane. Surprise starts out with 1, 3, 5, and 6. it is indeed a trio of newbies. Brian is also bowling in his first tournament. Three and six. And if you see on your screen, Brian has the most economical spot for the towel that I can imagine. That's a 9. As soon as the scoreboard doesn't break, I'll put that in. What a natural thing to counterbalance with. Well, hardly going to balance anything, but great place to have it rather than having to bend down every single ball and clean it off. Now instead it just becomes part of the routine. Why hadn't I thought of that? Spun the wood, that was impressive. No, oh, he's going to call this foul, I'm afraid. Just dipped into the channel. But it's a sport built on the honor system and a very honorable play here. So we'll score that a 7 in the end, since the pins are void. Of course, we've seen a number of bowlers over the years use a ball to counterbalance themselves. That truly. But the practice has definitely fallen out of favor. One other inventive use of the towel that comes to mind, Nick Zavolato putting it at the back of the approach. 4 horsemen and a 9 for surprise. Brian, got the 10 pin. Wood's gonna get tapped a second time, and the 10 pin will stay put. Didn't want that pin to get away, but still 25 through 3. Someone asked how Jeff Surrett is doing right now. Unfortunately, he's got 110 and 106, so that's still almost 111 numbers, 113 average. But of course, it's going to take something north of 125, maybe 130. To win this tournament, probably. Ayott's currently top of the shop with 129 average. But if Tim Douglas keeps dumping 150 and 160, that could change. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Outpost for the surprise now, 1, 2, 4, 7, 10. Oh, got the head pin that time. Now it comes down to the third ball. But again, it's wonderful to see all types cycle through. Of course, we love featuring the best here on Candlepin Bowling Network, but already I see here we have one of Brian's supporters here who's going on about physical philosophies that I can't follow along with, but I'm thoroughly enjoying. But it's wonderful to see everyone here and see all the many different sorts of bowlers, because that often gets left out of our coverage, quite honestly. And to have an open tournament where you have the best of the best, of course, competing on a major stage, but also just anyone who wants the thrill of bowling 20 games of bowling in a day. It's great to see. Not to mention a childhood game true. As a naive kid, if you told me I'd get to bowl 20 games of bowling in a day, I'd be thrilled. But mind you, the two-handed, unhanded style wouldn't be best. Surprise ends with a 10 box, and that's going to be a 43 half, but he ends with that 10. Now back to the top of the order with Hogan. Only left one pin standing in his, so between that and a spare 8, he's doing very well. Headpin, oh, they're going to crumple here for Hogan. And not a moment too soon, I see a comment mentioning the stubborn 10 pin. I promise you they're not glued in, just they're new here. Well, up here at least a 10 pin adjoining. Nope, that'll drop into the channel, unfortunately. So Hogan will depress the foul plunger and take a 9. Still working pretty well overall. So the format of this is that after 10 strings, yes, they will eat. We'll head over to Kegler's Den here at Leda Lanes and enjoy doubtless a record amount of food. Goodness knows the bowlers will need the chain. We'll need the rest. And maybe a change of clothes in certain cases. There are some bowlers who will bring multiple shirts because this is as exhausting as bowling can be. Washout 147. Hogan just shades wide of the head pin. Head pin moves, pushes back towards the 7, and it will be 9. So 3 consecutive 9s. So a spare 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9. But again, I want to caution our viewers of the dangers of extrapolating from incomplete. Nice delivery, Gregory. Hey, Bale, left side. Four to get. Yes, got the 3 in the back. Again, preserving the 9 or better streak. So despite just the 1 mark, Hogan's still on triple digits pace right now. Does not need a spare to broach 100. Head pin. Good second ball again. Hogan the chance to get 9 or 10 out of this. Nine it is. So Hogan has had 3 head pin hits, but every single time they've been explosive. There hasn't been a single time he's actually split on the head pin. Let's see if we can get another explosive hit here. Not there, I'm afraid. But he took out 3. This sleeve is makeable. Cutting diagonals. Run down the 4 horsemen and he can keep this streak alive. It's been 5 straight 9s now. Oh, foiled. Well, 8 it is. And he maintains with 1 mark, a 101. Sorry, Bob Lee, but apparently it can be done. Jerry Dunn hops back up, our 30th place bowler. His socks have Montreal Canadiens logos, but we'll give him a pass on that.
I said, I can't see
No sense in beating people when they're down. 7-pin after a great mixing ball. 7-pin stands. There's 2 pieces of wood. Looks as though this should be wired. And a spare. Second spare for Dunn. Remember, working a 110s average. And with a good count, can maintain that. Okay, that gets just wide of the head pin, but 1, 2, 4, 10, and a 6 drop on the spare. Remember, the only reason Dunn had a 3 fill in the last one was because he punched right through the head pin, leaving the 8 as well. He's just wide, but wild sidewall action. And now Deadwood's clear. And as soon as Mark Webber delivers his ball, owner Sean Howard will come out himself to clear this Deadwood away, and it doubtless is. Gotten out forward enough. Third ball. Dunn leaves 2 pins. Only had left 1 pin prior. Gets a head pin, again a spread eagle, minus the 10 this time. Third time he's jammed straight through. Now Dunn sent it off the wall, 8 down, 2 to go. Good shot on the end, 2-7 to convert the 10 box. I got another statistic I can share with you in just a moment in the overall history of this tournament. 1, 3, 8, 9, 10 for Dunn. The most prolific participant in the Easter Classic is Craig Holbrook, 30 times. Kevin Davis, 28. Dave Richards, 26. Chris Bovair, 25. Steve Plant, 25. Chris Sargent, 24. Gary Carrington, 24. Sean Baker, 24. Sean McKinley, 23, Jeff Surratt, 21, Armand Dubois, 21, and Mike Poulin and Steve Reno Sr. both with 20. count at 9 in the ninth, and now his best look. For a few boxes. So he crosses triple digits. Oh, rips the 2-pin away. Gets the pins on the end. Nice 10. 105. To bring up Brian Surprise. Here in the 7th string of 20. Dunn only missed the head pin 3 times. Great head pin accuracy, and you can see, although he only got 4 more pins in this case, why he's been higher up in the standings overall. 139 for Surprise. Tees off on it, got the wood. Oh, and the wood deflected it away. And now the 3-9. Rips the 3-pin away, and that's 9. Yeah, those double pins don't go all that easy. Still, again, a fantastic crowd here at Leda Lanes. The tough part is always to keep the stamina up as the strings wear on. Run the risk of running together in your mind. You just got to remember, every single pin counts here. Surprise is 52 through 6. That score is incorrect. That's better. Against the 4-8. Nope, doesn't get the kick back either. It was his best look of the string. Score that 9. Hey, Drew, good to see you. It is the 7th string of 20 right now. Drew Steele, fellow commentator here at Candlepin Bowling Network. Got the Caleri leave. You seldom see it with that wood. It's probably too far out in front. Noteworthy, I suppose. Pinning this would be quite something. 179. Eight. There's a strike. Finally, he exclaims to the heavens. And the surprise ball delivers the first mark. And it's not often we see strikes. Especially, I mean, of course, it's Candlepin, but especially here. Now to build on it.
How's it going, Greg?
Hey there, Bob. Saw our first strike in an eternity.
Ah, that's nice. Justin Scally from the network just threw a 141. Mark Smith to our right 146, Stevie Reno 145, junior, that is. And we saw more good bowling. A lot of others in the 30s, but I haven't seen anything in the 50s or higher. In this, we're in the 7th string, I think.
Maybe settling into the groove. Is your experience the same?
Yeah, I have one bad game, but my personal goal is getting to 110.
Oh, how's that for a spare on
Sweetness.
strike?
Sweetness. Oh my.
He's saying I did not mean to do that.
That was Brian.
Brian surprise. That's right. Spare on strike at the end. Sorry, Bob.
No, I mean I just threw about a 7 spare 120. The fills were terrible, but it was good. I made some good spares. but no, it's really nice. People are hitting their groove around the 7th string. What are you? Chris Merrill's moved on through here to the right. How's he been? Oh, Josh Daly with a 129. I see.
Merrill's still hanging around the top. He's not top 5 at last check, but he's close. I think literally 6th. That's on the spare fill for surprise. Wants that pin to tip and roll.
Okay, so that'll be
105 ain't bad.
5, yep.
So it was a great finish on the end to bring him up to that point.
That's right. Are we getting ready for dinner sometime soon?
Well, it might be at that point. Honestly, I think Leda is actually making pretty good pace this time. Remember, there was a bit of a delay last year,
Yeah,
just
that's
with
right.
it was new technology or new
Right, and
pins.
this is I don't remember us having the scoring this quickly. I don't believe we were able to just start the next string as rapidly last time for some reason.
Well, considering it's a bigger field, it's incredible how they're doing the Howards.
Yeah, 93 arrived today. We had a full registration, but a few dropped out at the end. They still would like to, maybe next year. We'll recruit. There are a few people from Union Street Lanes that would have liked to have bowled if they'd known that they could have, but they heard it was full. Like Dan Lasco came to observe. I know Craig Holbrook was thinking about coming down, but it was full.
Wish he had. He broke a perfect attendance streak, I think, in that case.
Yeah.
Well, 30's not 34, but I mean, still.
Well, and Bobby Whitcomb's still injured, so he told me he was going to come back next year when Bobby's back, and maybe just whatever celebration's sake together.
Yeah.
Jonathan Boudreau just put together a nice string over to our right. I believe he's with Barber? Yeah. Anyway,
Boudreau's with the
I
Renotes.
hate to give updates
Renotes.
without a notepad and honest data for you, Greg. But thanks for doing all the broadcasting. I know a lot of people are watching.
Yeah.
They told me they were going to be watching.
Folks,
all week they were going to be tuning in.
Folks, the bowlers and I, of course, all appreciate it very much. String 8 will begin in just a moment's time.
Maybe I should get back to where I'm lane 3.
Yeah, get back to work. We'll be right back, folks. welcome back. It is string 8 out of 20.
Gwinnell Duguay joins you on the television lanes. Know your pronunciations? We met him at the Worlds. Yeah, actually, you weren't there at the Worlds at the beginning. We didn't meet.
Here's DJ Trask starting off string 8 of 20 here at Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire. He starts off with the 2-8-10.
Canadians are coming.
I have a lot of exciting updates to share with you in just a moment as soon as I get my bearings. Trask signed to send a wood over. The pin just bounces just away. Trask has been in this tournament 4 times, once in 2010, and then more frequently in 2019, 21, and 22. Starting off with a 9, and let's light that up. That's better. His best performance was in 2019, 26th place, 2,266. Got the head pin, 10 pin sticks around, that's stubborn 10, 2-4-10. Not bad. Tried to send the wood. Probably meant the 2-pin just stuck around, but good sticks. And an opportunity for Trask to get that all-important 10. Wood's out in front to possibly stymie him, but he gets around the roadblock. Despite 2 straight splits, Trask off to a pretty good start. Trask is currently tied in 16th place. We now have results through 6 strings, currently running 7-11 through those 6 for a 118 average. Again, he splits. This time it's triangle number 6 in the 7 pin. Thrice accurate on the head pin. Well, watch the shot, and then let me share the updates on the rest of the scores. Let's work up from Trask, shall we? Brian Fuller Jr. is on that same 7-11 right now. Calvin Locke, 7-12 is 15th. Nick Norcross, 7-14, 14th. Tim Hazard hanging around 13th place, 7-15. Evan Riva and Charlie Collins hanging around 7-21 each. Nice 10 again. Trask only leaving the 1 after working out 3 devious splits. Big difference maker down the road. Keep an eye on that. Josh Daly standalone 10th place, 730. I told you the 80-something on our feature lane was an aberration. He has had nothing lower than 113 elsewhere. John Kafalis, 731. Last string was a 118 in the 6th. Dean Sullivan, 739. Had a 140 in the 5th to help him get to that point. Corrado Pani is tied with the champion Chris Merrill, 745 each. Jonathan Boudreau, former champion, 747, 5th place. Corey Smith out of Canada, 750. He had a 120 previously. 3rd place, Jimbo Ayotte, slipped out of 1st, but still out having 755. 2nd place, oh, look at this bounce back. Great out by Trask to turn it to 38. Second place, Justin Lyonnaise. How's this for a story? Last 3 strings have been 126, 126, 132. The kid hasn't gotten below 120 all day long, 759. And then top of the line, Tim Douglas, the explosive bowler. There's footage of him bowling 190 at Worlds, last string 130. Total score, 770. The 128 average leads the field. Trask has a split to negotiate, doesn't go. So unfortunately, the 4 splits leave him with no mark. He's got the 8-pin. So despite 4 splits, well worked out in a 47.5. Rich Grass now on the lane 22. Awaiting Rich's return from wherever he's off to. Trying to pull up something here. Let's see, highest 8th string we've ever had was Jim Flynn in 1980. Does that say 1984? That can't be right. But he rolled a 181 nonetheless. That must be 1994. Gets a big hit there. 4-pin. And a spare to start off. Richie Grass has 7 Easter Classics previously. Best finish out of that was in 2007, 36th place, 23.93, almost a 120 average across this marathon. That's a large 9-drop on the spare. Keep that up and we're going places. Spins the wood in. Grass currently running at a 102 average through 6 strings. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to say. I'll get to that in just a moment, but first we watch Grass's spare fill. Not thrilled with the outcome. 3 is the drop. Good pins on the second ball. 1-3 remains, and I can now announce the prize money. I finally had the chance to look into this. First place this year will pay $4,400. Second place, $1,800. And then $1,200 for third, and down in roughly $100 increments. Down to $150 for 14th and $100 for 15th place. So 15 places paid this year. Can afford to pay them many when it's a near sellout crowd. Grass escaped for the 10, 42 through 3. The $50 There will be high single out of the money awards, as they are just about every year. $50 for the top 5 singles that are not in the top 15. For a total prize fund of $14,350. And 50-50 raffle might increase that. Oh, unlucky that cherry right through that. But grass gets up to 50. It's great to see a resurgence in the popularity of the tournament. Richard Grass's participations were in 2006, 2007, 2008, but then more recently in 2016, 2018, 2019, and 2021.
I'll have them announce out here, and then I'll come in there too. I don't announce that shit.
2 pins down to start.
I don't need my voice being the center of attention.
I wonder if this will actually go as one. He will utilize the wood here and sweep it in. 1, 2, 4, and 8. If it got on the pocket side, I'm not so sure. The pin in the middle would have blocked his path to the 10. It is 8 on the end. 58 half for Grass. And now Granel Duguay steps up. This is Dugay's first tournament, first Easter Classic tournament. And a great hit to start. Oh, the 4-pin was tapped off spot. Yikes. And there's the spare. Off spot pins don't matter when it's the only one. Makes that 4.5 pin just fine. Gwanel is spelled Gwenael. Bad, 4 down, left the Chester Cove special, 4 pins on the right side, 2 on the left, with the 9-pin included. You see Gwenel's shirt, Avon Valley Lanes, that's in Windsor, Nova Scotia. Fantastic Canadian contingent coming down. It ain't easy with the travel and the hotel, but above all, what a thrill it is that the border, of course, it's old news, it's been open for a few years now. But for Candlepin to be international again is truly wonderful. Didn't like that 5, unfortunately, but it's just wonderful to have both nations involved under one roof again in this game. Even though it was a few years ago, I tell you what, I personally will never take that for granted. Well, blows that apart. No stubborn 4-pin about that one. Gwanel Duguay, 2 marks in 3 boxes. Duguay is currently running at a 113 average. Well, Finally laid it nicely in the pocket there. Got that cluster of 5. That's what some of you call the cluster bunch, right? I'm not sure if that's the official term. Spare on strike. 3 and 4. And a ball. Highest single we've seen so far. Apologies if I've missed it. I'm fairly sure Jeff LaPierre's 145 is the highest we've seen. Last year we saw John Winchell and Paul Markey both dish 159. Paul Markey made a high single out of the money. Winchell did not get the $50 because he got 3rd place. Duguay, 457, dropped 7 more and already 16 above pace. But for that $5, this could have been a lot different right now.
DJ.
Spins it in. Oh, wood off the sidewall. Although it's 9, it's well pinned against that split. 65 half. Brings back up DJ Trask. Folks, I confess I wish I could see more scores from where I sit here. It's tough to see those tiny pro score numbers from a distance. Trask begins on the 7 pin. Had 4 splits in the last half of play. So I guess by comparison, that was a better leave, but he needs pins now. Again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, it's hard not to. Many thanks to Dave Barber for this spreadsheet of statistics that I've been peppering in throughout the broadcast. If anyone's curious about any bowler's particular average over the years, I'm curious. I wonder if there's any topics I really should be touching on that I haven't yet. One, 2, 4, 9. Tough to get this back pin. Trask is going to send this pin off the wall. Good. 9s and 10s are the ideal, but getting half the pins off of that, generally I consider half the pins on the 3rd ball to be good. If you've left that many after the 2nd ball, there's only so much you can do. And that's a really good 3rd ball, and of course, in the long format, essential. Leda Lanes does have another 20-string tournament. They have a Triple Crown tournament where they play a 5, 10, and 20-string tournament. And it is a 20-string tournament, basically not during the holiday. That's the draw they figure. Leda Lanes always keeps their tournament information well updated, both on their Facebook page and, of course, at LedaLanes.com, where they are very much updating this tournament's information. Not a bad cut on that. Again, half the rack. Turns it to 8. Keeping the pins, keeping him in that chance to get triple digits. Once again, current high tournament average is 128, belongs to Tim Douglas. Well, that's extraordinary. I don't know if you saw this. That's a big strike by Trask. And my silly squirrel brain looked at that wood move across because Hogan just cleared lane 23 and sent one into 24. Not that it affected LaPierre's string, I don't think. So this is what I mean about having the pinning keep you in it. Now Trask has a chance to chain some marks together. We've seen it happen already. Put a spare on it and suddenly you're into the high 100s, and that's a much better outcome than the alternative, what it was headed for. Now he's laid in for 6. Is the wood available for him? It's possible the head pin might bounce off that wood and into the 9. There is diagonal wood hiding behind the horizontal piece we see out front. Oh, it spun wildly. Man, that all loads on the strike. It'll be 9. So it won't be 100, but it will be much closer for Trask. Make that 10.97. Rich Grass now hops back up there. Spare 9, spare 3. First 2 boxes were good. Grass deals in, strike! Well, suddenly the strikes are flying. I think I complained about the strikes just a few minutes ago. Now everyone here has one. 2 spares and a strike. And then Trask with a tough 97. Never got a bona fide head pin leave. Boy, it's contagious. Now everyone left and right of Rich is throwing strikes. Jerry Dunn threw one. Richie Myrick threw one. You'll see him in a moment. Now, same situation as DJ. Richie needs to find a way to get the skeletal rack of pins to turn into 9 or 10. Looks good. Oh, got the back pins. Loaded up with 9. 17 above pace. And we'll score that 9. Folks, this is Candlepin Bowling Network live on Facebook and YouTube. Wall-to-wall coverage of Easter Classic for only the 2nd time in the tournament's history. What a thrill it is to be here. My name is Greg Gouillart. And just the usual reminders, if you like the video, please like the video. And if you really like the video, please consider subscribing and following us on YouTube and Facebook. bad try at all. Grass made the 1-6-10. You see Richie Myrick fired up. He's got 3 marks in a row. For grass. Good pinning overall. Only losing 1 pin per frame. Grass deals away. Pins mix. 2 stands. The 2 remains. Rich has not split the string. Oh, he missed it. And the wood was connected on the left side to add insult to injury. Score at 10. 106 and a box to go. No splits for Grass, just if he gets the head pin, he gets it. And he does, and he strikes again. 116 and a couple, the 4th strike we've seen from this trio. Full field event, 93 bowlers in all. Looks as though the new pins are breaking in just nicely. Crumple, it will not be a double for Grass, but 7-8. Use the wood. Oh, brilliant! The fill is 10 and the string is 126. Now Gwenel Duguay steps back up on a 65 half. Seats right away. Now delivers. The head pin is a good one. Again, we're seeing sidewall action. Crumple the pins together. Plenty of time to find the groove, and it looks like we're starting to find it. He's got 3 marks. Oh, stumbled on the wood. As long as no one hears me say it. My biggest nightmare is a bowler hears me amp them up and gets amped up and misses the shot because of it. Hopefully that happens little to never. Duguay 9. No, I take that back. The worst thing is if a bowler hears me say something maybe a little too critical. Much as I try to be honest and fair, I do not enjoy being negative. Here's Duguay. Ooh, right through the middle. The perfect shot.
Feels good.
Nope, but now needs pins. Unfortunately, it's 6. A good third ball in the end. Duguay's only missed the head pin once is the thing. The harsh realities of this game. Now Duguay's laid into it. Does he break this up? No. 10 pin's going to stay put. Well, if you get that thin cut on the 4 pin, maybe it will tap the middle wood into the right side wood. It's a devious shot, but it's lined up. He sliced it and got it! I thought he might. Gwenel Duguay with his 4th mark, and that was a beauty. 4-7-10 with wood. Now to load it up. He'll get it off the wall. He's going to get it to mix. That's karma, baby. 7 pins for that brilliant shot. I don't know if this wood is lined up. It's not quite diagonal, but it may still go. Gwenel just goes around the wood. There's the head pin now. And eventually it gets the 7 pin. Score 10. 107 through 9. That's ahead of where grass was until he got strike spare on the end. It was the first time in an eternity that Duguay missed the head pin, but got a rewarding spare fill nonetheless. In the 10th, this one gets away from the head pin too, but again a working ball by Duguay. 1-4-7-10. Left side of the head pin's the play, I think. Oh, he hit the wood. Bit of a scorpion tail kick. It got pin action. It leaves the 4B. Just don't hit your ball in the channel. Ah, perfect. 10 box in a 117. String 9 will begin just as soon as everyone moves. We will see you. Just a moment, audio timeout. welcome back. Here's Bob Lee with the update.
Yeah, it just happens to be bowling next to a couple of the leaders. Tim Douglas threw a 118 in his 8th box. He was our leader through 7. Second place, Justin Lyonese struggled. He had a 94, and he just taking it in and said, he looked like remarkably calm after that. Actually, I'll say. What else have you been seeing down here, Greg?
Got to have that poise after all.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of the Canadian contingent coming by.
Oh, right. Yeah, Hants County, yeah.
Now here's Jim Nestor.
Right.
On lane 22 to start the 9th of 20 strings.
Hello to the Canadian viewers. Still waiting for one of you guys to become a correspondent up there. We could use a Canadian Candlepin Bowling Network.
It might be nice. In the meanwhile, we're getting bullied to go to Moncton, but can't say I wouldn't mind.
Well,
can't say I would mind, rather.
Anybody who wants to learn how, please look us up. We would love to get you started. Bob Lee, Greg Gouillart here. I'm going to bring up Paul Grant. We're going to use our big cache of YouTube money to get ourselves up to Moncton to make sure we can do wall-to-wall coverage next year. Anyway, I got to go back and bowl.
Have fun bowling. Huge cash. Nestor, this is his first Easter Classic tournament right here. Let me just pull up the statistics here. I had him and I lost him. Come on.
Hey, DJ! Good job, bud. Carry the team on that one. What'd you have? 97. DJ! Come here, you little fucker! Come here!
What a great bounce back on the second ball. 6 down, 1 more to get.
Yeah, I know. We're losing by like 4 pins. They'll throw 3 fucking 10 boxes each of them. That's the draw 2 pins between both of them. 9 spares or something. I know. The wrong cart.
Third ball here, 10 pins toughest for the righty. Got it. So the third ball is working just fine. Now a matter of the first ball at this stage.
DJ!
For Nestor.
More than a 97! Woo! Jiggle them balls!
Nestor deals away. Oh, almost got the head pin that time. Again, bouncing back here. Hasn't had the head pin yet, but plenty of luck on the second and third ball for Nestor. There he is. Currently working a 109 tournament average. Unlucky not to get a pin on that. He'll get 8. Arguments exist, you go for the pin directly, but still well pinned overall. He started off with a 124 in this tournament, Jim did. A couple of 122s as well. Head pin, that mixes big time. Seen it a lot of times. You gotta get the head pin if you want a good leave. Yes, and dodges that perilous piece of wood out front. And now Nestor can start turning a profit.
So they're at the movies right now, so I figured I'd come over.
String 9 of 20, so we're approaching the halfway point when we're all going to have a Easter Day supper of our own here at Kegler's Den Leda Lanes. Head pin! Here we go. So you know those old style ketchup bottles where you just gotta tap it a few times to get it going, but once it does, then it all comes out. Seems to be what's happening right now for Nestor. And now some delayed action here. Myrick's gonna have to go out and see if Nestor can play that front piece of wood or not. Takes a peek and walks away from it. And I think that's bad news for Nestor. He's going to have to either dodge it or play it skillfully. It has ridden up off the plate. So it's anybody's guess what that wood will do. If he contacts it, he'll go at it. He trips on the wood and gets it. Back to back. 56 plus half. And now on to Richie Myrick. Richie, of course, out of Western Massachusetts. Participant in the Pro Series, and this is his, count it up, this is his 15th Easter Classic. Competed as recently as 2019. Best finish so far from Myrick, 11th place in 2017. When he had a 24.67. In 2008, he had a 24.76. In this 9th string, he starts with a strike. He was feeling it in the 8th string. You may have overlooked him getting really amped up. He ended up with, I believe, something in the 130s. My fellow commentator is off to a hot start. The best 9th string we've ever seen, a gentleman named Chris Petrin, 180 in 2002. Second ball coming up for Myrick. That pin's decidedly out of play, that's for certain. How far back is that baby gonna roll? Wow. A very attentive Leda Lanes employee takes a look at that piece of wood, but watches it roll into the channel, so Myrick can just play on. Six pins for Myrick to get. 3 out. So strike fill is 7. And if there's anyone that professes the power of the third pin more on broadcasts, I can't think of one than Richie Myrick. So he knows the importance of this, like any good bowler, and it's 8. Around here during this brief delay. Oh, and of course I have the scores in front of me. Myrick is currently running a 110 average right now. First string, 138.
Sorry.
Hello. fresh rack descends for Richie Myrick. Here he comes. Myrick deals away. Imagine if those had been consecutive. Second strike in 3. And one socially distant high five for Dave Hodge Malahan, who will be up next in just a moment. Now the little thorny issue of the follow-up. There's a real sense of ownership and confidence washing over Myrick. Ownership of the lanes. On the strike, got the head pin. Well, it sure looked good going down, 7-8. This is now pesky wood for Myrick. Oh, the wood spun. He got on the right side and tapped into the 8. And the fill is 9. And the box is 9. So, 53 half. A reminder that scores are being very well updated on LedaLanes.com under leagues and tournaments. Make sure to go there. I will be reading out scores as well, but if you have a chance, make sure you're following along there. They usually tend to be about 2 back. So we're on string 9 and we have results through 7. Again, many thanks to the team here for keeping bowlers and fans apprised of the latest. Myrick's fighting against a spread eagle. Good out, 3 out of 5. Brings him up to 8 and a 61 half. Dave Malahan, formerly Dave Hodge.
All in fun, partner, all in fun.
Malahan deals in, 5-pin. You see Team New England flooring a world's finalist team. That's a broadcast you can find on Alley Chat, where they took on, who else? Team Lucky Strike. Skipper off the foul line, Justin, to the left. You see the reaction. A lot of spin as Malahan releases it, almost turns it over in his hand. This is Malahan's 10th Easter Classic. Highest finish was in 2012, 21st place, 24-27. Participated from 2012 to 2021. Crushed a head pin this time, 6-9. Outside, I'm wondering if the bounce off the foul line is possibly taking the ball in a slightly different direction than he wants it to. Now he gets the ball out just that little bit more. Okay, 8 all the same. but a closer trajectory.
Second mark, I chipped it fucking 610 and carried the 9 with it, ready 8 with it. Almost made it. Zero left.
Malahan is currently running a 107 average so far in the tournament. That's through 7 strings. I get the sinking feeling I haven't actually updated you all through 7 strings. Let me do that now. Tim Douglas, first place, 892. That's a 127 average. So I said maybe a 125 average wouldn't be needed. Would or wouldn't be needed. We'll see. It's starting to creep down, but still in the high 120s required to win. Justin Lyonnais, a 126 average, though he just threw a double-digit string in 8, I'm informed. You heard from Bob Lee. Oh, that pin's got a roll. Got it! By the hair of his chinny chin chin. 27 and a ball through 3. Dean Sullivan, third, just dished a 146 in string 7. Boudreau's 134 brings him 11 pins back off the lead. Jimbo A out 121, he's 16 back. Corey Smith 125, he's 17 back. Josh Daly dishes 130, and he's now 32 back. So the rift is starting to form at the top 6 spots. Douglas, Lyonnais, Sullivan, Boudreau, Ayotte, Smith. Malahan drops 6 on his spare, 33. Got the head pin. Ooh, boy. Tough to get those vertical parallel pins to go. And here's Malahan's third ball, and it is 10.
Scores through 8 just got posted. Tim Douglas just threw a 70 first half. JT Lyonnais is yet to start in the 9th. But just wanted to give the update.
70 half for Douglas, huh? Fantastic.
There you go. There you go. That's okay.
Malahan's got the 1-7-10. We just got our results through 8.
Calvin Locke had moved into second officially through 8. That was the news. Corey Smith, the Canadians making a run, second and third.
Yeah?
Jonathan Boudreau, Dean Sullivan in fourth. Jonathan Boudreau rounds out the top 5. But they're all bunched up in there. 11 pins between the first 4, and then there's a little space. Boudreau at 24 behind, followed by Tim Hazert, Jimbo and Justin Lyonnais, who are tied now. Lyonnais with that stroke with that 94 in the 8th. Chris Merrill, your 2-time champ, is in a tie for 9th with Josh Daly through 8 official, and then we have C-, Garadapani in 11th, just outside the top 10. Greg, I'm going to go back and watch John Blaze bowl. I'm up next.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bob. Calvin Locke, a king of the north. Not sorry. Second place, making a big run. Making an inside reference to Ripping the Rack podcast, which is on YouTube and in many other places where you can find your podcasts. Nestor punches spread eagle on the spare, so he brings up his 60 half. That's a pretty good ball. Collects a 3, that might matter. Now a third ball. Oh, he was accurate the third time, but unfortunately punched straight through again. Jim Nestor finds the 2-pin, takes out 3, 2-5-8. The curious thing is that a lot of people anecdotally seem to be starting off with hot first strings. I guess it's not basic principle of endurance, I suppose. It's easier to start than to finish. But Tim Douglas started with a 95, and ever since then, he's just been going up every step of the way. Good out there. Nestor saw the wood in the back, identified it, and takes out the rest for 9. Would have been 4 otherwise. Turns around on that one. I'm looking here. Tim Douglas is 161, and now I'm looking to see if anyone has bettered that. I don't believe so. I believe Tim Douglas is 161 is top of the tournament at the moment for high single. Nestor fighting for pins. Comes away with 7. So Nestor with a really good 4th and 5th box. He deals away, 9-pin stands. So again, the 3rd powerful head pin hit. It's just a question of if Jim gets that head pin. There was that one spread eagle, of course, which was unfortunate considering it was on a spare. All right, take a look though at this pesky piece of wood. It's in front. A little sliver of the pin on the right side is there. Cap first, gone. Nestor spares for the 3rd time. I've just been corrected. Tyler O'Brien reportedly has a 169. Let me take a look here. Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. 169 in the 6th for O'Brien. Two-pin drop. Better mix. That'll bring up the triple digits. So a 9 on the end. 3 spares, 10 pins left, 105 for Nestor. And back up comes Richie Myrick. Unless I break his scoreboard again. Thank you, Jeff, for letting me know about that Tyler O'Brien 169. Congratulations to him on that so far. And DJ Trask 170. Okay. Jeff, your perception is much better than mine. 170. Got it. Myrick tees off. 4 horsemen, 13610. on there, rang the 6 pin. Richie Myrick has worked for Alley Chat, New England Candlepins, and Candlepin Bowling Network. This one's going to turn for Myrick. He's got the 2-4. Has that red line spun enough around? It's not the 100% lined up. Oh, now it's flattened out for Myrick. The moment I look away, the pins start getting up to mischief, and now the pin's more or less flat, almost entirely flat against the pin plate. It's just an ugly mix of in-betweens, and Cap didn't cooperate either. Myrick sticks with 9. Strike 7 and strike 9, the marks for Myrick. Got the head pin now. What? 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. As you do. That wooden to the left of the 2 pin would probably take out the front 5. This will be pretty if it goes. Here he comes. He'll try to the left side of the wood. Oh! And he's going to come away with 0 somehow. That is the last outcome I was expecting. I couldn't help laugh when he laughed too, I confess. He'll try the frontmost pin again. Rips out half the rack, so a good third ball. Myrick's got 5. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Again, $4,400 goes to the winner. Probable 125 plus average needed. Currently the line is 127. Myrick, nothing came off the wall. The flat wood stunted the pins going right to left, so didn't get the lateral motion. Myrick completes the 10 perfectly on that split. 97. Can also see some Richie Myrick highlights from some time ago on John Kafalis' channel. Let me remind myself exact. One, 8, 9, 10. Delay here as we retrieve Deadwood. find the thing I'm looking for. Urbie 4, that's right, URBIE 4. That's John Cafalis' YouTube channel. Back when he did a lot of sort of the same sort of broadcasting we did as well. Had some post-production there. Tough to send the pins this way and that for Myrick. He'll cross triple digits as well. And end up, he made a 10 out of that. My voice cracked on that because I can't believe it. 10-9-8, blast off, 107. Oh, I forgot to record. Just kidding. Dave Malahan, 50 half. At least I'm pretty sure that went out over the air. How are you all doing, all 140 of you? Thank you so much for continuing to spend some of your Easter with us here on this lovely Easter Sunday here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. Malahan on 22. Here he comes. Tees off. Boy. Suppose he crossed over. I haven't removed that spare smudge. Now we just got it. There's not a lot that's solved about candlepin physics, but crossovers leave kings is my adage.
Tim Douglas just threw a 145.
Of course he did.
He is rolling since his 95 start. That should be good enough to keep him in the lead. Corrado Pani and Justin Lyonnaise bowling to my right did 108, 106. I'm not going to get those right, so they were in the 1-0s. Let's just say both of them were in the 1-0s. But yeah, everybody's getting hungry. I gotta say, there's a lot of people showing a little signs of fatigue, and a lot of people would like to get to the buffet. I think we have one more before the food is ready.
That's right. 9 down, 11 to go after Malahan completes this. Every box matters.
Haji.
Yes.
All right.
So 8 it is. It'll be 67 there.
Okay. Rich.
What's on the menu? Burgers again?
I hope so. I want anything would be beautiful right now. Fruit. I want fruit and vegetables and fries and mayonnaise and hamburgers and tomatoes. Yeah.
And now everyone else listening wants it too. Thanks so much, Bob. Although with any luck, maybe some of you have been having your Easter meals by now as well. Tim Hazer just ripped the rack on 21. We'll get to see him in just a moment. At 8. Malahan got 3 on the first one. Struggling to find the head pin, I'm afraid. Tees into it. Boy, if he gets it to work, he gets it to work. Incredible break, and you saw the pins just continue to drop out for him. Score that 10. And a chance still to break triple digits. Of course, it'll take more than that to win, but
I'm busy.
He's got plenty of people to talk to.
Resilience is the name of the game. Carves in. That's a perfect head hit. Almost too perfect, I'm sorry to say. Can he get the pins to go? 10 pin got tapped. Malahan denied. So, pin didn't fall in any event, so that'll be 9 out of 94. 105, 107, 94. 10th string, and then it'll be the end of the half in just a moment. Welcome back. It is Easter Classic Lane 22, string number 10. This is Angel Morales. We'll see Brandon Martins. And then Angel's fiance, Tim Hazard, in just a moment. Third ball coming up. And Angel will start with 8. Angel is the owner of Jack, J-A-Q, the most adorable dog you'll ever see. Is white, floofy delight, and is the unofficial official mascot of the Worlds. That dog is good luck and good vibes, I tell you what. 4 horsemen left side, 1, 2, 4, 7. Angel has participated in the Easter Classic in 2019, finished with 17.56. Just wide of the head pin, got 9. And looking here, there's the string 8 results. I'll have that for you in just a moment. Morales. Well, the wood's there in front of the 8 pin, so it's a makeable leave. Tim Douglas is tops right now with 1,010. Calvin Locke 1,004. Corey Smith 1,001. That's through 8 strings, 125 plus averages for each of them. Dean Sullivan 114, still in there. 124 average. A 9 makes 26. Dean Sullivan, 999. Jonathan Boudreau got 105. He's got his 123 average working. And then Tim Hazert, number 6. We'll see him in just a moment. Jimbo Ayotte and Justin Lyonnaise both tied for 7th. So now we see the effects of Justin's 94. Double-digit strings still win. It is possible to do. Morales found the head pin this time, but unfortunately the 4-pit didn't carry. Oh, what a cut that is! Mercy! A 3-1 conversion for Angel Morales. Three, 4, 6, 10 converted. And now the chance to load up. He's going to get the mix off the walls. Loaded up with 7. 3 ahead of pace. Well, he's going to make the 2-7. Why not? The 3-7, I beg your pardon. He's feeling it now. Chris Merrill, defending champion, and Josh Dale tied at 9th. 970 each. And 10. For a 53 half. That brings up Brandon Martins now. If the Dave Barber spreadsheet is to be believed, Brandon Martins, this is his first tournament. If it's not to be believed, well, I have some hand in the data entry, and it might be my fault. It's powerful. Look at this off the wall. 1, 2, 10. Martin's currently running at a 102 average. Top string so far, 114. 1, 2. Leaving the 10. Remember, there's $50 in bonus money available for top 5 strings out of the money. That number varies, but 5 strings this year. 9. So, folks, this is the last string before the break. We're going to take a meal break. I think these bowlers very well deserve it at this point. And that will mean we will momentarily turn off the stream, but of course we will be back on for the start of string 11 on a new stream. I'll then be joined by Paul Grant sometime later in the evening. And we'll be going to chase the leaders at that time. Martin's, boy, got the head pin. Thought he'd get more than that. It's a very interesting pecking order in the standings here. Still 11 people north of a 120 average, all with chances. You'll definitely want to check it out. LedaLanes.com if you have a chance. And give yourself a view of all those statistics. Martin's launching out to the right of him. Third ball is the most important one in this format. And there you see the power of it. Martins takes out 5 of the 7 and turns 3 into 8. 93 bowlers in the field today here at Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire, for the 34th edition of Ray's Easter Classic. For the late, great Ray Simino, former owner of Leda Lanes. Howard's doing a fantastic job with it. Martins with a fantastic hit, 2-7. But the woods turned on him, and now he's going to have to negotiate that. Red line deflects in front. The pin flattened out too much, and the pin just doinked off the sidewall. Score that 9. A drop. Oh, 9. 6-pin gets out of the way. And a spare. So Martin sits down on a mark. Always good to have that be the last impression. And now Tim Hazert steps up. This is Tim's first Easter Classic as well. And he's off to a fantastic start with it. Currently in 6th place with a 122 average. Starts away on the first ball. Now then, pins are going to roll forwards. New pins can roll. 1, 4, and 10. Got wood off the wall and got the pin. That's the most important thing with the third ball. Collects a stick. Hazard also features in Candlepin Bowling Network's coverage of the World Singles competition. He was runner-up last year from the last edition of that tournament in Haverhill. The winner, Chris Merrill. Defending champion of everything, it seems. I say completely facetiously. 6-7. Oh boy. Well, the wood in the middle is going to be the key. Supposed to splash it broadside and see if the ball will take back to the 7. Here he comes. Red line low. And a pin shot forward of the 6. I guess if it was just a little bit over, maybe it could have gone end to end. Instead, Hazer will take after it and get a 9. As it is, Hazard is ahead of Merrill in the Easter Classic standings, so the possibility for revenge is on the table. A cordial revenge. Boy, I sound like a supervillain saying that. Here it comes. Now. Hazard's got 7-10. His life partner Angel looking on. Spun the wood, got up high on it, and the wood spun. Completes the 10, though. 8, 9, 10. 129. That 10 pin is dropped in the back, so 7 down, 3 to get for Hazert. Shaded wide. This game does not get easier as you go. So it's 8. Hazard's top string so far has been 142. Twice. Suddenly not getting the time of day from these pins. It was off target. Half Worcester. The leave is more makeable than it appears.
Nice ball,
That's
Jen.
how you do it. Got to the left side. And Hazard will sit down on a mark. He was eager to fill it. And he'll give way to Angel Morales now. So while the bowlers take a load off here, let me see what else I can find here. I'll bring up another champion that was injured and unable to join us today, Bob Whitcomb. Has competed in 14 different tournaments, including a first place finish in 2002, fourth in 2008, second in 2011, and seventh in 2014. He's made over $8,000 bowling this tournament alone. Morales has 5 down. He made a sensational 3-4-6-10 split just a moment ago, and that's how he's got that spare 7. Oh, he's on track. Smooth delivery. 1-9 remains.
I was about to just die.
Good hit for Morales. All right, time to show us another circus shot. 5-7. You get that slice. There is the barn door in front of 7. Would rather it be diagonal. Or send it off the wall. And it's 9. Now exactly on the water line, 10 a box. Again, we've got 2 Canadians in the top 3 here. Chris Hollett is the only Canadian man who's won this tournament. He did it with a 26-67 back in 2008. Oh, I don't want that headpin to tip over. It wiggled but will not drop, so Morales can play it. Sends the wood this way of that. 7-9. The result. And another pin makes 9. Nothing below an 8 box for Morales. Oh boy. The 3 and 9 pins crumpled on Angel just now, so a 5, 6, 7, 10. Happy Easter, Sean. Thank you. Ooh. It's a close call. He's going to say it's foul. Spirit of sportsmanship on full display here, so this is 7 box. Tough break there, but if the ball leaves the surface of play before it hits a pin on the plate, has to be called foul. And many bowlers will shy away from taking dubious pins like that. Down 7 to go. Morales. Good mix. Chance to get out for 10 now. 1-7. Here it is on the lane, on the head pin, 10 out, and a 96. Brings back up Brandon Martins. I trust Justin as a source. Fendo, his nickname. Begs the question, what is a Fendo? There are so many deep mysteries in life. So 10 strings just about down, 10 to go. $4,400 on the line for the winner. Just waiting for a reset, I believe. Martins has his ball. He's about to get to work on his first spare. Rob says, 1 year I hope I can bowl in this just for the experience. It is quite an extraordinary experience. I think the big thing is just make sure you plan ahead. Some people are out here bringing beverages. Some have brought a change of shirts in past years. I mean, it is as exhausting as a session of bowling can get. Unless one day the 30 stringer becomes a thing, but I don't know if the thought of sleeping overnight in a bowling alley appeals to anyone. But clearly a lot of people have the same idea. I mean, the attendance record for this event previously was 78. The capacity is 102. And we have 93 this year. It had 100. The signups were filled up. And there might have even been some unprecedented miscommunication since Leda Lane staff were not used to the turnout and how to handle the waitlist situation there. Martin's got an 8 drop and another one. He's gone back to back. And Fendo on a roll. 2-8-10. So 15 bonus pins already for Martins. 2-8-10. Not convinced there's a ramp to the 10. Can he find a way? It rolls in front of the 10. $10. Show Aaron Fontaine. Boy, would I love to. Grandson of Tom Olsta, former champion. That would be great to see. To be honest with you, Ethan, I'm not sure where he is. But as soon as I find out, I will let you know. Ooh, powerful hit from Martins. He's got another. 3 marks in 4 boxes. Instant gratification this time. I can tell you Aaron Fontaine is running a 114 tournament average. Pretty consistent, actually. High is 126, low is 102, and all the rest pretty much hovering in the 110s. Great consistency. On the strike, Martins blows apart 6. Still filling. Did he get it? Well, he got the sticks on the strike, narrowly missing the head pin. And he upgrades to 98 through 8. Leaves the head pin be, but the job is done. 9 fill, 9 box, 107. Martins one more time. Half Worcester. So he had a chunk of 5 head pin hits, basically in the middle. In all the boxes 4 through 8. All right, pins continuing to mix here. 8 down 2 to get. Decidedly in the 110s because of that. Nope, that'll be 8. 115. A great second half for Fendo. And that brings up Tim Hazer, the world singles runner-up. Hazer blows it apart, left the 4. That all drops on the spare. First really decisive hit for Hazer. He's got it. Strings a couple together. Sean says, I think they should have a handicap 20 stringer also. That There's an interesting thought. Maybe the Amateur Candlepin Bowlers Tour might consider it. Because goodness knows I'd love a full day of bowling. What fun. Hazer's got 5 this time. Left the post, the outpost, call it what you want. Just 5 away. Yeah, Ray, goodness knows I would have loved to have seen you in this tournament as well. Either way, thank you so much for watching today and being a part of it in that way.
Relax. Yeah, get a couple.
76-7 for Hazard. Four horsemen left side. So we're winding down near the end of this stream. What's going to happen is a meal break next. Some bowlers are already partaking in that right now. And then afterwards, we'll start a second stream. Good shot, Hazard. Tim Hazard making the four horsemen. We'll end this stream, take time for the meal break, and then start a new stream for strings 11 onwards. Best way to make sure you get notified of that is to make sure you either like or follow us on Facebook, Candlepin Bowling Network, or subscribe to us on YouTube, Candlepin Bowling Network. I remember when we used to be called Bowling Nerd Network and Spread Eagle Productions. I'll forever be fond of those names, but a change is a good idea every now and again. Pins continue to crumple for Tim. 95 through 9. That's the second 19 box he's put up here. He's got a... It's not an easy 9 to string another mark on, though, because the wood is way out in front. Jammed against the wall. He must hit it in fair territory, but the stripe looks pretty foul. Actually, Aaron Halbadell's going to take a look and make sure it's fair in the first place. That would change. Yep, no such luck. Hazer hits the wood, got it! Hazer cooking up a string here. Nine and another, we could... Let's see the string. Thank you, Glenn and Andrew. And a 7 drop and a makeable one for Hazer. And you can see that steady consistency and resiliency that's got him in 6th place right now at last check. Oh, the triangle foils him. 3-5 goes, but not the 6. Good stick on the end, 122 for Tim Hazer. And that will be very interesting to see. Remember, the high tournament average right now is 126, and Hazer just clocked in a 122. That's exactly his average, in fact. 115 Brandon Martins, 96 Angel Morales. So, that is that. I will leave it on here a little bit longer because for all I know, maybe some of you are enjoying the other bowlers here. I'm going to discontinue the audio here, and then that will be it. We'll cut the stream here for the first 10 strings. We'll all take our meal break.
You know what?
And then as soon as string 11 is ready to begin, we'll start a new stream right here on Candlepin Bowling Network, Facebook, and YouTube. See, I knew we should leave the stream on. Did you see that 4710 on lane 20. Enjoy the scenes here. I'll leave you with just the video for now, and then we'll see you soon.